this is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed human.
Hey, this is U.S. Olympic gold medalist Tara Davis-Woodhull.
And I'm U.S. Paralympic gold medalist Hunter Woodhull.
As athletes, our lives are about having a clear path.
And a team that you can absolutely trust.
So when it came to getting the best mortgage,
we chose PennyMac.
PennyMac is proud to be the official mortgage provider of Team USA and you.
Learn more at pennymac.com. PennyMac Loan Services, LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID 35953. Licensed by the Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act. Conditions and restrictions may apply.
This is Radhi Devlukia from A Really Good Cry. I absolutely love getting outside, whether it's a quick walk or a mindful few steps between meetings, or even a longer run to just clear my head. But the one thing that can really ruin that for me is shoes that just don't feel right. That's why I started wearing Altra Running. With the Altra Fit, every step feels comfortable, balanced, and strong. Like my feet can finally move freely. What really stood out to me was the roomy toe box. My toes actually now have room to spread out, which makes movement feel more natural and comfortable. And when your feet aren't cramped, you feel more balanced, like every step has a strong, stable foundation. I've noticed that with extra space, my foot muscles get to work building strength, so I can actually move with more confidence. Altra fits and moves with you no matter your pace or your goals. Beginner or marathon runner, they've really become my go-to for any kind of running or training, and I always feel like my feet can do exactly what they're meant to do. Feel the difference by visiting ultrarunning.com and use my code CRY10 for 10% off. That's Altra, A-L-T-R-A, running.com. Experience Altra and stay out there.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
In the heat of battle, your squad relies on you. Don't let them down. Unlock elite gaming tech at Lenovo.com. Dominate every match with next-level speed, seamless streaming, and performance that won't quit. Push your gameplay beyond performance with Intel Core Ultra processors for the next era of gaming. Upgrade to smooth, high-quality streaming with Intel Wi-Fi 6E and maximize game performance with enhanced overclocking. Win the tech search. Power up at Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hey everybody, Robert Evans here, and I wanted to let you know this is a compilation episode. So every episode of the week that just happened is here in one convenient and with somewhat less ads package for you to listen to in a long stretch if you want. If you've been listening to the episodes every day this week, there's going to be nothing new here for you, but you can make your own decisions. It could happen. Here is the podcast that you're listening to. I'm Robert Evans, the person that you're listening to, and one of the people who does this podcast. Boy, what a glorious introduction that was. Let me also introduce some human beings who you might know. First, we have Chris, and we have James, our correspondents in the field. Joining us today also is James's Spanish Civil War era Mosin Nagant.
Yep, that's right. I'm very happy that it's joining us. It's going to make contributions throughout the episode. Just going to
it's an antique bolt action rifle served in 3 world wars, counting the current one.
That's right. Yep, and it's about to kick off. This one now, which it might be 2 in the L column for the Mosin Nagant.
It's served a mixed bag.
Yep.
Anyway,
killer fascist.
We're recording this the day of the elections, so everybody's having a horrible one.
I'm having a firearm.
I did. I'm still hoping my Tech 9 comes in before Oregon votes on its next ballot measure. Anyway, today I wanted to talk a little bit about something that I've been thinking about kind of constantly, which is it's called effective altruism. And it's the short end of this is that like it is a style of thinking about charitable giving that Elon Musk in particular has recently highlighted as like how he thinks about things. It's very popular with the billionaire set who are deeply invested in getting people to think that they're saving the world, right? The folks who want to be seen as like looking ahead and protecting the future of mankind and saving the world, but not doing it through things like paying, more taxes and supporting, less money being in politics and all that kind of jazz. Like not anything that would actually harm their personal ability to exercise power. So it's gotten kind of attacked recently because it's associated with guys like Musk and because he is markedly less popular now than he was, let's say, 10 years ago. But I wanted to talk about
$44 billion ago.
Yeah, I wanted to talk because effective altruism, which is an actual movement, there's like organizations that espouse this. There's hundreds of millions of dollars in charitable giving that gets handed out under the aegis of effective altruism. And as a heads up, like most of it's fine. Like most of it's charities to like get lead out of water and stuff. Like it's not like effective altruism is not comprehensively some sort of like scam by the wealthy. It's more of an honest theory about how charitable giving ought to work that has been adopted by the hyper wealthy as a justification for fucked up shit and married to something called long-termism, which we will be talking about in a little bit. But I want to talk about where the concept of effective altruism comes from. If you read articles about this thing, most people who study it will say that it kind of, this got started as a modern movement in 1971 with an Australian philosopher named Peter Singer. And Singer wrote an article titled Famine, Affluence, and Morality. I think it was actually published in 1972. I don't know, one of the two, 71 or 72. And the essay basically argued that there's no difference morally between your obligation to help a person dying on the street in front of your house. Like if a dude gets hit by a car in front of your house, you are not more morally obligated to help him than you are morally obligated to help people who are dying in Syria, and obviously like there's a version of truth to that, which is that we're all responsible for each other, and internationalism is the only actual path away from the nightmare. And when we do things like ignore authoritarians massacring their people, it inevitably comes back to affect us and like fuel the growth of an authoritarian nightmare domestically. That is very true. But also there's a fundamental silliness in it, because one reason why there is a moral difference between helping a person dying in the street in front of you and somebody who's in danger in, I don't know, southern China is that like you can immediately help the person in front of your house, right? Like if somebody gets hit, you have the ability to immediately render life-saving aid. It's actually quite difficult to help somebody who is, for example, getting shot at by the government in Tibet. Right? Like not that you don't have a moral responsibility to that person, but your moral responsibility to actually immediately take action when somebody is bleeding out is higher than your responsibility to try to figure out how to help people in distant parts of the globe. This is more nuanced than I think a lot of, especially like rich assholes like to it's more nuanced than like the I shouldn't say rich assholes. What's the problem with this is that this is the kind of revelation, like when you start talking this way, that feeds really well into a fucking TED Talk. It's a perfect fix for that morality. Yeah. Whereas the reality is like a lot more nuanced, where, and number one, it's also like, well, the kind of help that you would render to somebody who's been hit by a car in front of your house is very different and requires really different resources than the kind of help you would give people in, say, again, like Syria, who are being murdered by their government, right? If somebody gets hit by a car in front of your house, you run out with a fucking tourniquet and a bleed kit and you call 911, right? Those are the resources that you can immediately use. If Bashar al-Assad is firing poison gas at protesters in, Aleppo, well, your stop the bleed kit is not going to help with that one way or the other, right? A very different set of resources are necessary. So it's foolish to compare them. Anyway, Singer did And his essay was a big hit. It's often called like a sleeper hit for young people who are kind of getting into the charity industrial complex, or at least were considering it. Now, I found an interview with a woman named Julia Wise, who currently works at the Center for Effective Altruism. And she was started out as a social worker, like to give you an idea of the kind of people who got into this. When she read Weiss's article, she was a social worker. She kind of fell in love with the concept. And when it started becoming a thing in like the 70s and 80s, it was, as she described, quote, a bunch of philosophers and their friends, and nobody had a bunch of money. So it was also more, when Singer put it out, kind of a way of people kind of debating how to think about charity, which is fine. People should always be like exploring stuff like that. So it's not, I don't want to be like going after Singer too well. I do a little bit, because Singer, after kind of his movement has a couple of decades to grow, winds up doing a TED Talk. And the TED Talk winds up kind of electrifying a very specific chunk of the American techno set. And you can see kind of in some of the writing on this, like the way in which his talking about sort of the morality of charity has gotten flattened over the years. Quote, which is the better thing to do, to provide a guide dog to one blind American or cure 2,000 people of blindness in developing countries? Which is like, I don't know, both. There's resources to do both. If you, for example, in the United States were to tax the billionaire class and corporations a lot more, you could provide that blind person in the United States with free healthcare in a way that many countries do. And we could also continue or even expand charitable giving. Maybe if we were to do stuff like spend less money on our military. Again, it's like a false choice. Like it's worth... But of course, it's because the reason this choice is there is because they're thinking about helping people purely in the form of like noblesse oblige charity, right? They're thinking about periods like things that get improved when rich people put money into them. So obviously we should help the one of these groups before the other because it's more effective and yada yada yada. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I think that was one of the things that like there's a second way you can look at the original sort of problem of we have the same ethical responsibility of someone who gets hit by a car or someone who's on the other side of the world. Is that like the other way you can look at that is like I don't care about what's happening to someone on the other side of the world, so I don't have to care about this person who get hit by a car. And that seems like a thing that these people are doing. It's like, well, do I really have to care about this person here because there's someone over there?
Yeah, I can see like how this lines up with some of these like bigger like meta ethical kind of perspectives on what equality is and what like your ethical obligations are. But then it seems to just kind of be like a very clear slippery slope to making kind of Malthusian excuses for doing fuck all. Yep, right?
That's where the story's heading. So
good.
Early 2000s, he does like a TED Talk. The momentum around this idea starts to build. And it really gets a shot in the arm in 2013 with the work of an author named Eric Friedman. Friedland's book at the time that was new was called Reinventing Philanthropy, a Framework for More Effective Giving. And he kind of extends the arguments that Singer is making. One of the things that he does is he contrasts what St. Jude's Children's Research Hospitals are doing to like research children's medical or like illnesses that kids suffer and treatments for them with the Malawi Provincial Hospital in Angola. And he kind of contrasts two patients who are being served at the different hospitals for life-threatening conditions and concludes, quote, I'd probably also be very angry at the donors who are continually funding St. Jude and leaving Malawi Provincial woefully under-resourced. Why are the patients of St. Jude so much more worthy of life? And like... if we what put aside, ridiculous way to think about a children's hospital.
Fucking asinine. And the fact that like many of the people who are doing these fucking TED Talks and contributing to this like global tech class are the same people who are making fucking millions of dollars off the pharmaceutical industry, which continues to neglect the diseases that people like in the colonial periphery suffer from because there's no profit in selling them drugs, and instead you're selling baldness cures to people in America, right? Like
Yes.
We can.
Yeah, I mean, like
You-
you could, if we just if every single person who's gotten a TED Talk had all of their wealth expropriated tomorrow, we could fund both of these hospitals.
Exactly.
Yes. The world will be better.
It's fundamentally a kind of obscenity to look at pharmaceutical company CEOs making hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, selling people often literal poison and jacking up the price of things like insulin, to look at these tech CEOs accumulating tens of billions of dollars and to say donations to this children's hospital are robbing an Angolan hospital.
Yeah. So I won't be paying my taxes.
Yeah. Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. And anyway, like, but this is like, you can see who this appeals to, right? If you've like the kind of people who love the Freakonomics books, which are bullshit, regressive, bad statistics, bad statistics.
Can I tell
bad.
one Freakonomics story?
Please, yeah.
Okay, so one of my professors at U Chicago was a political science guy, or I guess he was public policy, and there's a thing that Freakonomics guy wrote where he was trying to prove that money doesn't actually influence elections.
Yes, one of his real bangers.
Yeah, and you know what my professor wrote a paper about that, which is that, you know, and again, this is a sort of perfect example of how dumb this guy is. That he doesn't. This is how economists think, right? Like they when they go into a field, they go in thinking they already know everything and they can prove sort of whatever they want because okay. But the thing this guy doesn't understand, right, is that like. And this is the thing most people in the U.S. do not understand about how Congress works, is that like all of the shit that's happening on the floor of Congress, all of those votes, that is not real Congress, right? That is fake Congress. Nothing important actually happens there. All of the important stuff in Congress happens in committees. And so you can't figure out whether money is doing anything by measuring its effect on like votes on the floor, because floor votes are bullshit. All of the important stuff has already, by the time a floor vote happens, all of the important political stuff has already happened. And so he did this whole thing where he was, you know, he had this great he had this great metric called like it was called like the dairy cow coefficient, which is like measuring like how someone should vote versus like how many dairy cows were in. And it turns out, you know, if you look at what these people do in committee, it turns out lobbying money is unbelievably effective, but because this fucking guy had like. And this is something that like the sort of distinction between Congress like on the floor and Congress in committee, like there's a president whose name I'm forgetting who has this famous line that like Congress in committee is Congress at work, Congress on the floor is Congress at play, or something like that. Like it's like, this is just like basic shit that if you know literally anything about how a field works, you cannot do the thing the Freakonomics guy does.
If you want a good breakdown of why the Freakonomics guy is full of shit, Michael Hobbs and Peter Shamshiri, I think is his last name, have a new podcast called If Books Could Kill, and they break down with like citations and everything, like why everything in that book is horseshit. But like the reason why it's the only thing I'll disagree with you on, Chris, is I don't think he's an idiot. I think he's very intelligent, and I think the thing that he's smart to do is he recognizes that there's a specific type of person, and engineers and programmers are very likely to be this type of person who kind of fundamentally, like, they're oppositional defiant. If people say like, well, this is good or this is bad, they're going to want to take the opposite stance. And if you can provide them a way to like feel like they're enlightened and smart and actually looking at the data by doing it, then they'll take the opposite stance on stuff like, it's bad to let people buy elections, or it's good to fund children's hospitals, just because somebody's made them feel smart for being an asshole. That's what the Freakonomics guy does. Malcolm Gladwell does a subtler version of it as a general rule. And that's what fucking Friedman is doing in this book in 2013. I found a good review of it in the Stanford Social Innovation Review. That is pretty scathing, like surprisingly scathing, considering it's written by a bunch of like Stanford nerds. This approach amounts to little more than charitable imperialism, whereby my just cause is just and yours to one degree or another is a waste of precious resources. This approach is not informed giving. And I think that does a pretty good job of summarizing what I think is fucked up about it. There's another thing that's really messed up, which is that one of the conclusions that they come to here is that they don't recommend, or there's an organization called GiveWell that kind of gets formed as a result of the book Friedman writes, and they recommend not to donate money to disaster assistance in the wake of the Japanese tsunami, and oppose disaster relief donations in general, because, quote, and this is from Friedman, most of those killed by disasters could not have been saved by donations. Which is number one, like that's the donations are about like rebuilding communities. Generally, it's not like about the saving lives. Usually it's about like, well, all of the infrastructure was destroyed and it must be rebuilt. But okay, guy.
Well, and it's annoying too because it's like it's not like there's not good critiques of like specifically orgs like the Red Cross.
Oh, it's all fucked up. Every single
but their critique is like the worst possible.
The actual critiques are that every single large charitable organization is fucked up, and if you go and talk to people on the ground, they will bitch. Like, if you go to fucking war zones, people bitch more about NGOs than the folks shooting at them half the time. They bitch about it being inefficient, about the stuff they're given being like bad quality or like nonsense, like just being handed out to be handed out, which is a thing that happens sometimes. And they bitch about well-paid aid workers staying in hotels and showing up for a couple of hours to like do a photo op. There's also more incisive, like, that's not to say none of it's useful. Like, for example, as many complaints as people have, everyone I've known who has been in a place where Médecins Sans Frontières / Doctors Without Borders has operated, while they have complaints about Doctors Without Borders, are like, it's good that there's more doctors here. We fucking need them. And, it's like the UNHCR, plenty of things to complain about UNHCR. At every refugee camp I go to, also, people have fucking water filters and tents and shit because of UNHCR, which isn't nothing. It's a damn sight more than nothing. And it's a damn sight more than any of these long-termist motherfuckers are doing for people who are, I don't know, displaced by war.
Yeah, and it, like... I some of the things that they're doing is like this very strange kind of attempt to calculate and create markets for human life and human suffering, right? Yeah. Which you see a lot if you work. Like, I've worked in nonprofit, I've worked in disaster response. I've seen some of these things on the ground, and it you see these bizarre fucking decisions being made by someone in an office who has likely never been on the ground in these situations, and it inevitably results in. It's within these big organizations like the Red Cross and MSF, but also on a governmental level, right, with people not having the autonomy to respond in a situation to reduce human suffering, and instead to be told to do something which is supposedly evidence-based based on someone who's looked at the wrong criteria and come to the wrong conclusion hundreds of miles away. And it's incredibly fucking callous.
It's bureaucrats, right? And it's like we've somehow managed to create like the absolute worst possible nightmare system of you have a bunch of government bureaucrats. And then you also have a bunch of sort of privates. We have like different. We're watching a collision of different kinds of private sector bureaucrats. Like you have your sort of NGO bureaucrats. And then you have these billionaires who are also just fucking bureaucrats, and all of them are just doing box ticking. And we get like just the absolute worst nightmare fusion of horrible bureaucracy and capitalism, which is a great way to run programs to have people not die.
And like so much of this comes from the whole like Freakonomics thing to me strikes me as like like you said, reading the Wikipedia article about a subject and then trying to find out where you can apply a market to it and then positing that as the solution.
It's stuff we have. The episodes we're dropping on Bastards, well, the week before this episode will air, are about like why the rent is so damn high. And one of the complaints I have is that there's a specific class of media people who the only answer they will accept is because there's not enough multifamily zoning, which is just a part of why the rent is so damn high. And reducing it to just that ignores the price fixing software that tens of millions of Americans like landlords use. It ignores shit like Airbnb. It ignores the fucking problems in the construction industry, the lingering effects of the 2008 crash. It's very frustrating, and it's these kind of like Freakonomics guys like to do the same thing. Like the fucking Freakonomics dude in particular, one of the things he got famous for is being like, the drop in crime in the 90s, this unprecedented fall in crime was due to abortion, which I will say again, zero people who are experts on the topic of crime in America agree with. What they will say is actually there's a shitload of different things that contributed to the decline in crime, and there's a good chance that abortion had an impact. A bigger impact was probably getting the lead out of, like, reducing environmental lead, although that gets overstated too. There's all sorts of different shit, including like air conditioning, just the fact that now more people have air conditioning, and guess when violence is highest? In the summer, when people are stuck around each other outside, and like all sorts of
computer
shit.
Games. Computer games stop people doing crimes because they've got something else to do.
But you want to, if you're going to be doing the kind of like, if you're going to be doing TED Talk fucking public works philosophy, then it helps to just be able to like make one big Malcolm Gladwell style fucking reveal. Anyway, that's how all these people exist and how all of their morality is informed. After 2013, Friedman is kind of like followed up by this guy named William MacAskill, who is currently he's a Scottish philosopher, which, God, it's easy to get called a philosopher these days. And he is a personal friend of Elon Musk. When Musk's text messages got released as part of that court filing, some of them were with MacAskill, who was considering like putting a bunch of money into buying Twitter. They ultimately decided not to. I think because they just, it seems like MacAskill just didn't trust that Musk had any sort of plan. So he is, I will say this, not an idiot. But he's wrong in ways that are deeply fucked up. And he wrote a book that is currently a bestseller. It was published in August, called What We Owe the Future. And the gist of this is that, like, it's merging this kind of effective altruism with what's called long-termism, which is this argument that morally we have to consider the impact of our actions as not just on people alive today, but in future people, which is fine. There's actually a lot to that idea, but the way it always works out is we can't pay attention to problems that people are suffering now. We have to work on saving the world from these bigger problems. And again, it's almost exclusively used as an argument for guys like Musk to like, well, we shouldn't tax billionaires out of existence because I see that with clarity the problems that we face, and the long-term solution is for me to be able to push for these specific things that I think are the only way to save humanity, right? I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here. Let's talk about MacAskill again. When he was at Oxford, he's an Oxford boy, James.
Look at that. We've had some bangers, I'm sure.
Yeah. He started a group called Giving What We Can in 2009, and members were supposed to give away 10% of what they earned to the most cost-effective charities possible, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that idea, basically. And it was like, it's supposed to be basically a lifelong promise that, like, we're all, because you assume Oxford people, a lot of them are going to wind up making very good money. As we move into our careers, this will be a more and more influential kind of giving. But yeah,
drop the ball if they'd had me there. But
yeah, those meetings might have gone a little bit different.
Living in his car.
Over time, though, he's kind of he's merged this. And again, the whole effective altruism movement, a lot of it does start reasonably with people being like, are these charities we're donating to working? How can we make sure they're effective? Like, what can we do to make giving work better? Which is, again, perfectly fine, but it very quickly gets married to this kind of long-termist thinking. And they focus, instead of stuff like, for example, funding hospitals, stuff like preventing an artificial intelligence from killing everybody, or like sending people to distant planets, which are like cool and sci-fi and everything, but also deeply unrealistic. I'll say it right now. Our threat is not that an AI kills us all. There's certainly a threat that different kind of artificial intelligences are used by authoritarians to make life worse for everybody. But by the way, Peter Thiel is a big backer of effective altruism. He's one of the people building that fucking AI.
This is the guy who wrote that thing about earning to give, right? Like that he was like, this is the guy who did I'm familiar with this.
He's made like a promise to never take more than $31,000 or something in income over the course of a year in his life, and give everything else to charity. He gives all his book profits to charity, but he also runs an organization that is spending more and more on keeping its people comfortable because I guess he doesn't have the money personally to spend. Anyway, I think there's some sketchy shit there.
Yeah, this whole idea, and I'm sure we're going to get to this, right? Like it completely overlooks our obligation morally to agitate for structural change, right? Like it says that, like, if you can become a billionaire through whatever bullshit, evil, fucking exploitative grift you can, and then give 90% of that away, you're still perpetuating a system in which one grifter gets rich and thousands of people die without fucking clean water. But that's okay because you also donated some water filters or whatever. Like, and it's not okay. And it makes me very angry, actually. I'm angry now.
It makes me angry too. And it's one of those things, if you look at, like, here's all the charities that McCaskill and his organization are putting hundreds of millions of dollars into. They're not all bad. A lot of them are good, and I'm glad that money's going there. But there's always this strain of deeply unsettling logic running through it. Now, I want to quote from a Time article that I think kind of gets, in a very subtle way, has this guy's number. When I start thinking in practice, if you've got some things that look robustly good in both the short and the long term, that definitely makes you feel a lot better about something that is only good from a very long-term perspective, he says. This year, for example, he personally donated to the Lead Exposure Elimination Project, which aims to end childhood lead exposure, and the Atlas Fellowship, which supports talented high school students around the world to work on pressing problems. Not all issues are equally tractable, but McCaskill still cares about a range. When we met in Oxford, he expressed concern for the ongoing political crisis in Sri Lanka, though admitted he probably wouldn't tweet about it. The answer, he believes, is to be honest about it. In philanthropy, big donors typically choose causes based on their personal passions, an ultra-subjectivist approach, McCaskill says, where everything is seemingly justifiable on the basis of doing some good. He doesn't think that's tenable. If you can save someone from drowning or 10 people from dying in a burning building, what should you do, he proposes. It is not a morally appropriate response to say, well, I'm particularly passionate about drowning, so I'm going to save one person from drowning rather than the 10 people from burning. And that's exactly the situation we find ourselves in. And like, no, it is not. That is nonsense, because among other things, if you're a random person and you have a choice between saving someone from drowning or 10 people from dying in a burning building, well, you actually probably don't, because saving people from drowning is a really difficult technical skill, which is why people usually die when they try to rescue other folks who are drowning.
The creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! Died trying to save a guy from drowning.
It's really hard and dangerous. And also, so is rescuing people from a burning building, which is why we have firefighters. And guess what? A lot of firefighters may not be very good at saving people from drowning because they have not trained for that. They are different skills. These are both problems, but they're different skills.
But what if you instead spent that time buying some Tesla stocks and then you sold them and instead invested in, I don't know, something that stops water from drowning people?
It's a none of the problems bullshit. We have are none of the problems. I'm going to say right now, 0% of the problems we have are the result of some sort of like lifeguard firefighter standing in between a burning building and like a yacht race gone wrong and going, "Oh God, no!"
It's like he's doing the trolley problem. Like he's trying to do the trolley problem.
Mm-hmm. It's funny that he's talking about Sri Lanka too, because it's like this is the perfect example of a political crisis that is like completely intractable to all of these like. None of these people donating to charities can like do literally anything about that, because that's actually, you know, like this, like the crisis of Sri Lanka is both a sort of short-term crisis of this, like, you know, like utterly horrific genocidal political elite, and then also a sort of long-term crisis about like the sort of structural position of like specific countries and sort of the like global colonial system. This is not something any of these people can solve. The only way any of these people could solve this is if the people of Sri Lanka like just expropriated them.
Yeah,
but you know, because these people like because Sri Lankans do not have access to this guy and like 6 guns, right? Yeah. There's no way, you know, he can just sort of sit there in his chair going, well, it's a crisis, I'm gonna tweet about it.
I'm not gonna tweet about it. He's not gonna tweet about it.
I can tweet about it. Yeah, I will simply talk to newspapers about it instead of tweeting.
What I would say is that, like, here's the actual solution to the stupid problem this guy came up with. Well, if we were to tax all of the billionaires to the point that they weren't billionaires, and then put that into a massive new, like, works progress fund that instead of like just building national parks, provided like rental assistance to millions of Americans in exchange for them learning how to fight fires and getting basic life-saving care and getting trained in things like that, so that they could deal with the consequences of climate change and be able to protect their communities effectively and be incentivized to gain the actual technical skills that would allow them to protect people, well, then you would have more people capable of saving someone from a burning building or from drowning. But anyway, whatever. That's my pie in the sky leftist solution to that is use funds taken from the rich in order to incentivize people to gain the skills that will allow them to protect their communities in the event of disasters. Anyway, whatever. So over the last decade, all of this thinking has increasingly given way from a wonky theory on charitable giving by big-hearted, guilt-ridden millennial kids. And that's how this guy is always framed in articles, McCaskill, is he's like, in fact, I'm going to scroll down here to my notes and I'm going to find the section of the article to like show you the way he gets fucking talked about in all of these. Quote, 13 years ago, William McCaskill found himself standing in the aisle of a grocery store, agonizing over which breakfast cereal to buy. If he switched to a cheaper brand for a year, could he put aside enough money to save someone's life? Like, that's the...
Yeah, the sort of thoughts that you have when your engagement with global poverty is in the fucking Cheerios aisle.
Exactly.
And then, of Waitrose in Oxford, I'm sure. Like, no, fuck off. Sorry, I'm so fucking angry at this shit. Like, yeah. And it's clearly, very clearly, I can see that this is going towards an excuse for incredibly wealthy people paying fuck all in taxes because they claim that it's not an efficient way to do things, and they completely ignore all these structural things which have to exist for their effective altruism to occur in the first place, right?
Yeah. It's, anyway, this is effectively, like, over the years given away from this, again, kind of this wonky theory by guilty millennial kids to this pop philosophy for the fintech set, because that's how these guilt-ridden millennial kids wound up making a bunch of money. And yeah, that Time article gives, like, I just want to read another quote from it about one of the other guys who's involved in putting a lot of money into McCaskill's organization. Quote, Mr. Bankman-Fried makes his donations through the FTX Foundation, which has given away $140 million, of which $90 million has gone through the group's future fund towards long-term causes. Mr. McCaskill and Mr. Bankman-Fried's relationship is an important piece in understanding the community's evolution in recent years. The two men first met in 2012 when Mr. Bankman-Fried was a student at MIT with an interest in utilitarian philosophy. Over lunch, Mr. Bankman-Fried said that he was interested in working on issues related to animal welfare. Mr. McCaskill suggested he might do more good by entering a high-earning field and donating money to the cause than by working for it directly. Mr. Bankman-Fried contacted the Humane League and other charities, asking if they would prefer his time or donations based on his expected earnings if he went to work in tech or finance. They opted for the money, and he embarked on a remunerative career, eventually founding the cryptocurrency exchange FTX in 2019. Oh, first off, that guy absolutely did not call any charities. Sorry, this was from the Forbes article I used, not the Time article. First off, I don't believe that he, but if he did, it was something like, hey, I don't have any skills or training. Do you want money or do you want me to volunteer? And they were like, who the fuck is this kid? Like, we don't need another asshole wandering around here trying to touch the cats.
Send us your check.
Yeah. And so instead of, I don't know, getting trained as a vet tech or something where he would actually be able to help animals, he founded a cryptocurrency exchange and contributed to the burning of massive amounts of carbon that will contribute to mass deforestation and the deaths of animals around the world. That's good.
You know, I think that there's another aspect of this which I think is sort of underexplored, which is that utilitarianism is genuinely one of the greatest evils humanity has ever created. Every bad decision anyone has ever made, if you look behind it, you can find utilitarianism. Like it's the basis of all neoclassical economics. It's horrible, awful shit. Everything bad in the world traces back to utilitarianism.
Yeah. It is an engine that allows rich people to feel good about hurting poor people. That's what it is. And that's what I think this all makes clear. So the actual rhetoric from these people is always like, especially if you're just kind of encountering it out in the wild, it's hard to argue with a lot of the time because they'll be like, well, look, we need to look at what's going to help the most people. And that's why we're, setting up none of this matters if we don't deal with this problem or that problem. And it's tailor-made to sound profound. And again, in like a TED Talk or the website for some charitable giving organization aimed at getting you to like put 10% of your income to long-termist causes. But again, the fucked up shit crusts kind of around the edges for the most part, and lines like these from a Time profile on McCaskill. The first public protest against African American slavery was the 1688 Germantown Quaker petition. Slavery was only abolished in the British Empire in 1833, decades later in the U.S., and not until 1962 in Saudi Arabia. History encourages McCaskill to favor gradual progress over revolution. Abolition, he says, is maybe the single best moral change ever. It's certainly up there with feminism, and they're extremely incremental. They don't seem that way because we enormously shrink the past, but it's almost 300 years we're talking about. That wasn't the result of incremental change. It was the result against the people who owned slaves fighting viciously against any attempts to end slavery.
Yes.
It was a battle. It was a series of revolutions in a lot of cases, including like the Haitian Revolution and guys like John Brown. There were bleeding Kansas. There were a shitload of people died fighting in order to end slavery. Civil War, dude. What do you call that? That's not incremental. 1 million people shot each other to death.
And it's so far as we can talk about sort of incremental progress, it's stuff like, okay, so the slaves in Haiti freed themselves by means of revolution and then sent a bunch of guns and weapons to people in Latin America so that their armies could march through Latin America and end slavery.
Many revolutions had to occur to end slavery because it was a powerful system at the center of global capital that a lot of entrenched and heavily armed interests were willing to die to maintain.
Which also is fun because I bet if you look through these people's supply chains, and this is almost certainly true of Elon Musk's supply chains, Musk's supply chains in China, you can have some kind of debate as to whether the kinds of forced labor you're going to be encountering are slavery. I bet if you look through 90% of the people who are effective altruists, you can find slavery in their supply chains. And their argument will be like, well, I can't end slavery in my supply chain because
I guarantee it. They're all in the tech industry. And nobody has a laptop or a smartphone without the use of rare earth minerals that are acquired via slavery. It's the same thing if you're wearing clothes. You have something that slavery was involved in because the garment industry, slavery is literally inextricable from it. The company that has tried the hardest to remove slavery from their production line, Patagonia,
they still
continually finds oh no, there's some more.
Yeah. They're pretty good about calling it out, but they put a lot of money into that shit, and they still.
It is hard. Anyway, I'm going to read another fun quote from the Forbes article. Mr. Bankman-Fried said he expected to give away the bulk of his fortune in the next 10 or 20 years. If you're worried about existential risks of a really bad pandemic, you sort of can't stall on that, Mr. Bankman-Fried said in an interview. That is how his text messages popped up among hundreds of others sent to Mr. Musk. Mr. Bankman-Fried ultimately did not join Mr. Musk's bid. I don't know exactly what Elon's goals are going to be with Twitter, Mr. Bankman-Fried said in an interview. There was a little bit of ambiguity there. He had his hands full in the months that followed as cryptocurrency prices crashed. The Twitter deal has been volatile in its own way, with Mr. Musk trying to back out before recently announcing his intention to follow through with it after all. In August, Mr. Musk retweeted Mr. McCaskill's book announcement to his 108 million followers with the observation, "Worth reading. This is a close match to my philosophy." So that's kind of the surface of where we are now. It doesn't quite get at all of the things that are deeply fucked up. And for that, I wanted to quote from another article I found on Aeon, Aeon. It's an essay by, let me get the author here because it's quite good about long-termism. It's an essay called Against Long-Termism by Emil P. Torres, a PhD candidate at a university in Hanover in Germany. Leibniz Universitat. I don't know. I feel silly every time I try to say German, so I'm not going to try that hard. But the article is very good, and it kind of gets at how this effective altruism movement has merged with long-termism in a way that specifically exists to buoy the interests of wealthy authoritarians around the world. Quote, "This has roots in the work of Nick Bostrom, who founded the grandiosely named Future of Humanity Institute, FHI, in 2005, and Nick Beckstead, a research associate at FHI and a program officer at Open Philanthropy. It has been defended most publicly by the FHI philosopher Toby Ord, author of The Precipice, Existential Risk and the Future of Humanity. Long-termism is the primary research focus of both the Global Priorities Institute and an FHI-linked organization directed by Hillary Greaves, and the Forethought Foundation, run by William McCaskill, who also holds positions at FHI and GPI. Adding to the tangle of titles, names, institutes, and acronyms, long-termism is one of the main cause areas of the so-called effective altruism movement, which was introduced by Ord in around 2011 and now boasts of having a mind-boggling $46 billion in committed funding. It is difficult to overstate how influential long-termism has become. Karl Marx in 1845 declared that the point of philosophy isn't merely to interpret the world, but change it, and this is exactly what long-termists have been doing, with extraordinary success. Consider that Elon Musk, who has cited and endorsed Bostrom's work, has donated $1.5 million to FHI through its sister organization, the even more grandiosely named Future of Life Institute. This was co-founded by the multi-millionaire tech entrepreneur Jan Tallinn, who, as I recently noted, doesn't believe that climate change poses an existential threat to humanity because of his adherence to the long-termist ideology. Meanwhile, the billionaire libertarian and Donald Trump supporter Peter Thiel, who once gave the keynote address at an effective altruism conference, has donated large sums of money to the Machine Intelligence Research Institute, whose mission is to save humanity from superintelligent machines and is deeply intertwined with long-termist values. Other organizations such as GPI and the Forethought Foundation are funding essay contests and scholarships in an effort to draw young people into the community. While it's an open secret that the Washington, D.C.-based Center for Security and Emerging Technologies, CSET, aims to place long-termists within high-level U.S. government positions to shape national policy. In fact, CSET was established by Jason Matheny, a former research assistant in FHI, who's now the deputy assistant to U.S. President Joe Biden for technology and national security. Ord himself has, astonishingly for a philosopher, advised the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, the U.S. National Intelligence Council, the U.K. Prime Minister's Office, Cabinet Office, and Government Office for Science, and he recently contributed to a report from the Secretary General of the United Nations that specifically mentions long-termism. The short answer is that elevating the fulfillment of humanity's supposed potential above all else could non-trivially increase the probability that actual people, those alive today and in the near future, suffer extreme harms, even death. Consider, as I noted elsewhere, the long-termist ideology inclines its adherents to take an insouciant attitude towards climate change. Why? Because even if climate change causes island nations to disappear, triggers mass migrations, and kills millions of people, it probably isn't going to compromise our long-term potential over the coming trillions of years. If one takes a cosmic view of the situation, even a climate catastrophe that cuts the human population by 75% for the next 2 millennia will, in the grand scheme of things, be nothing more than a small blip, the equivalent of a 90-year-old man having stubbed his toe when he was 2. So this is evil, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is vicious and vile and cruel. And it's one of those things, there's a book that I've talked about on the show a couple of times that is quite popular called Ministry of the Future. And I think it's a very good book. And one of the the basic premise of it is that climate change is addressed finally, and the worst aspects of it are dealt with and begin to be repaired because of the establishment of an organization called the Ministry of the Future. It's this international organization that exists to look out for the interests of unborn people and animals and plant species. And part of how they do this is by murdering billionaires in their beds. And blowing up planes to end international air travel, which is, so there's a version, again, the idea that we should be thinking about people and living creatures who have not yet been born is reasonable. And the reasonable conclusion of that is, and so we should deal with things like climate change and stop thoughtlessly degrading our environment so that people in the future will be able to live a quality life. The argument that these long-termists are making is, no, that's foolish, because in 1 trillion years, none of it will matter. And I intend to be alive in 1 trillion years because I will be an immortal machine man, billionaire, forever.
It's the thing about this,
fuck these people.
These people fucking suck. It's the thing about this strikes me. If you believe this, literally the only thing that you should spend your time doing is trying to dismantle every single nuclear weapon on the planet. You should be forming your own private armies to storm military bases to destroy nukes. And none of them will ever fucking do this. All these people will back candidates who want to have more nuclear weapons. All these people who will back candidates who I wonder how many of these people personally supported dropping a nuke in the middle of Iraq in 2004. God.
Yeah. Anyway, that's probably enough. I wanted to, at some point, I think we will be doing a more detailed look into some of these people and a more detailed look into some, maybe as a Bastards episode. But This is just getting more relevant. And I wanted to connect them with some resources, particularly that article on Aeon about the dangers of long-termism. And anyway, be advised, this is what the fucking assholes who have spent, like, think about how many cool things the tech industry has actually made in the last decade. It's not many, right? Like, it's mostly been vaporware. Like, most of the different big apps and stuff are in the process of collapsing right now. That's why the industry is falling apart. Very little value has been created.
As we record this in the metaverse.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Without legs.
It's time. Like you're sitting right next to me, James, except for you have no legs and your mouth is open in an endless, wordless scream. Mm-hmm. Finally. Anyway, that's what these assholes want to do. What they've done to the internet, sucking the vibrancy and the life and like the freedom out of this incredible creation and turning it into an engine for sucking your personal data out and marketing things to you and making you angry all the time as much as possible and convincing your parents and grandparents that fucking Joe Biden's been replaced by a lizard man. Like the people who did that now think that we can't take care of people today because that would distract from our mission to take care of people who have never been born 1 trillion years from now. Anyway, fuck them.
For period protection you can put on and forget about, nothing beats Knix leak-proof underwear. North America's #1 leak-proof underwear brand. Let's face it, life can be unpredictable, but your leak-proof underwear shouldn't be. That's why millions of people choose Knix. For periods, for light leaks, for everyday freshness. Knix undies are super comfy, super absorbent, and made to handle whatever your day throws at you. Day 2 of your period? Covered. Your daily run? No problem. That big sneeze? You know the one. Yep, we've got you. And with styles like bikinis, boy shorts, thongs, and high-rise, plus sizes from extra small to 4XL, Knix makes it easy to find your perfect fit. Say goodbye to stress and leaks and say hello to undies that work just as hard as you do, no matter the leak. Find the style and level of protection you want at Knix.com and use code FLOW15 for 15% off. That's KNIX.com, code FLOW15 for 15% off. Knix, for your leaks, for your life.
This is Radhi Devlukia from A Really Good Cry. I absolutely love getting outside, whether it's a quick walk or a mindful few steps between meetings, or even a longer run to just clear my head. But the one thing that can really ruin that for me is shoes that just don't feel right. That's why I started wearing Altra Running. With the Altra Fit, every step feels comfortable, balanced, and strong, like my feet can finally move freely. What really stood out to me was the roomy toe box. My toes actually now have room to spread out, which makes movement feel more natural and comfortable. And when your feet aren't cramped, you feel more balanced, like every step has a strong, stable foundation. I've noticed that with extra space, my foot muscles get to work building strength, so I can actually move with more confidence. Altra fits and moves with you no matter your pace or your goals. Beginner or marathon runner, they've really become my go-to for any kind of running or training, and I always feel like my feet can do exactly what they're meant to do. Feel the difference by visiting ultrarunning.com and use my code CRY10 for 10% off. That's Altra, ALTRA, running.com. Experience Altra and stay out there.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Let's talk about modern home shopping. It's sort of become a fun side hobby, right? Scrolling listings at night, dreaming about kitchens you've never seen, or backyards you haven't even stepped foot in, all from the comfort of pretty much anywhere. Redfin knows a lot of people like you want to own, but are stuck in this browsing mode loop. That's where Redfin flips the script. With listings that update within minutes and tours you can book right from the Redfin app, you can see your dream home the moment it appears. Now, liking a listing is easy, but actually landing it, That's where Redfin comes in. Redfin has over 2,200 agents with local expertise. And Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. That means they want to help you win, not just window shop. Redfin is built to help you go from just looking to wait, this could actually be home. So become the newest neighbor on the block. Visit redfin.com to start finding and start owning. That's redfin.com.
Everything's dead. Wait, no, sorry. It could happen here. A podcast about stuff falling apart. And today, about the fact that things fell less apart than people were worried they were going to fall apart, and in some ways might get better. So that's kind of nice.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. On the whole, we're talking about the midterms today, and on the whole, okay. I feel okay.
Yeah, mid is an excellent description of the terms.
It's the midterms equivalent of getting like an ounce of like mid-grade weed for like $50, but you find out later that like kind of in the middle of it was like half of a paper towel roll that they stuck in there to push up the weight. But it's like, well, at least I got weed. All right, yep. I've introduced the podcast. Who do we have here today?
Oh, you got me. I'm James still.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm Garrison. I didn't vote.
Look at you!
Wow, way to be an anarchist, Garrison, or a Canadian. Same diff.
Democracy was on the ballot.
Is this what? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not committing voter fraud for the Democratic Party.
Yeah. I also decided to not vote for the people who are doing like the war on drugs in California right now.
No, Garrison, you continued your years-long tradition of submitting a crude drawing of the Premier of Canada to a ballot box.
Yep. Shirtless Trudeau coming out of a cave.
Who else do we have on with us right now?
I'm here. I'm Christopher Wong, and I absolutely despise elections. So I brought my friend who actually does like elections.
That's excellent.
Token election enjoyer.
Pretty much. Yes. Hi, I am Jack. I am Christopher's token friend, as mentioned. And I'm here partly because of nepotism for knowing Christopher, and partly because, as he reminded me before we got started, I had a 93% accurate prediction rating for all of the elections that I was paying attention to this year. So
that's
I know
good.
some things.
Yeah, congratulations.
I only made one prediction before this election, which was, boy, it doesn't feel like Dr. Oz is going to win. And I'm
which means you did better than a lot of the people who are paid to do this.
Like, okay, that man said the word crudité in an election in Pennsylvania. Like, he was never good. The moment that ad came out, he was going to lose.
That's much more nuanced than my political analysis, which was the fact that the other guy was much taller than him.
And also way harder. Like, if they just settled it with a fist fight, Fetterman could have taken it. Yep.
Yeah, that seems good. It was fun. It was a fun election. We all had a good time. I enjoy that fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene and J.D. Vance are going to be in Congress together. That's going to be fun for everybody. We're all going to have a good time. But I suspect there's probably some stuff we haven't, like, as you may have noticed, listeners, we didn't do much in the way of pre-midterm content because we all hate it.
Thank Christ.
But now we're talking about it. So what should we know about these midterms? What kind of occurred to you as somebody who's like actually has spent a lot more time delving into the nitty-gritty and thinking about what was likely to happen?
So I told Christopher I would say this, and in fairness, I do genuinely believe it. I think the story of these midterms, when historians look back at it, will be that the Dobbs Supreme Court decision had the same electoral impact in the United States as 9/11 did. I think that is going to be like how this plays out over time. Because when you look at how things were going before Dobbs and then how things were going after Dobbs. Obviously, things got a lot worse on the policy front because abortion became illegal in a lot of states. But the election essentially flipped overnight from what was going to be a Republican wave to the even split that we got. And that makes this one of 3 post-World War II midterms where the incumbent party did well. And so this is definitely going to be a midterm that gets lectured about in Poli-Sci 101 courses for the next 100 years.
Also, one of those other 3 was the 9/11, was the post 9/11.
Yes, it was.
I find that actually a really, because obviously I was aware, just because there was so much coverage saying like this is the best performance from an incumbent party in a midterm since 2002. So I was aware of that fact, but for some reason I hadn't put it together in my head that way. That like, yeah, this means that like the Supreme Court's decision on Roe v. Wade had kind of a comparable electoral impact to flying 2 planes into a pair of skyscrapers in the Pentagon, or 3 planes.
I mean,
or
to be fair,
whatever.
To be fair, the Supreme Court have killed, like, in terms of the immediate impact, the Supreme Court will have killed more people than that by like Thursday or something. So,
yeah.
Yes.
The other one was FDR's first midterm, right?
No, the other one. So I said post World War II.
Okay, my bad.
The other one was 1998, when the American electorate apparently got so mad at Republicans impeaching Bill Clinton that they decided to vote for Democrats in a midterm again.
Well, yes. that's the other thing Biden can do if it goes south. It's good to know there are options on the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think
non-zero chance that'll happen anyway. I mean, I guess we're still waiting to see it shake out.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Doc Brandon.
I enjoyed from an entertainment perspective the like 3 months of lucidity that we got out of Joe Biden this year. We'll see how many more he has in him.
Yeah. Who knows? So yeah, like it. So you're suggesting that Dobbs has been like the really pivotal thing here in swinging a lot of these close races, right?
Absolutely. Dobbs definitely being the number one factor. Tragically, because it's very cringe and I wish this hadn't happened, the January 6th investigation does actually seem to have also swung several important races.
I'm interested in your thoughts on this, but I'm glad that it mattered that they tried to do a coup, and I'm glad that people cared about that.
Yeah. I'm glad it mattered.
Yeah.
I just think it sucks that because the way they went about the investigation was so incredibly terrible.
Oh yeah, I mean there was
like Merrick Garland is going to go down as like one of the most cowardly attorney generals in American history. But it's pretty clear that in a lot of races, like the investigation made a difference. I think this is really clear if we're getting into like very kind of under the hood. Democrats ran the table in competitive state level Secretary of State races. And these are the officials that run elections. And not only did Democrats run the table, pretty much every single one of those candidates outperformed the top of the ticket. So they outperformed governor and Senate candidates. Yeah. So there were a lot of people. This is another big story of the midterms is that swing voting is back. Not swing voting, I'm sorry. Split ticket voting is back. There were quite a few millions of voters this year who voted for a Republican in the Senate or a Republican for governor and then a Democrat to run their state's actual elections.
That's kind of good. That's also like speaks promisingly of people's like engagement with the political system and education about it and the awareness of what these different things do. Yes.
But other not other than that, but just overall high level, Dobbs was 100% the big one. There is a person whose name I'm going to unfortunately mispronounce and that I should have looked up beforehand.
It's all right. This is a safe place for that.
Thank you. But there's a guy down in Louisiana named John Coulivan, I think is my best guess. And he is one of the people who makes money off of like looking at elections. And his big thing is that you can predict the outcome of elections just by looking at the nationwide composition of the primary electorate. So like if Republicans turn out more voters in their primaries than Democrats do, Republicans are going to win the election and vice versa. This has been true in pretty much every single election for the last 30 years or so. And he unfortunately got led astray this year because nationwide at the end of the primary season, Republicans were up by about like 5 points. And so he was insisting the whole rest of the campaign that Republicans are going to win. That's obviously not really what happened. But if you look at pre-Dobbs versus post-Dobbs, the primary electorate post-Dobbs was Democrats plus like up by 1 point. That is the electorate that we got in the midterms. Yeah. So Dobbs 100% set the tone of like what the midterms were going to be. Because we are not going to be legalizing abortion nationwide in the next 2 years, because we are going to have a Republican House almost certainly, Dobbs is almost definitely going to be a huge factor in 24 as well.
I mean, and I guess that, like, because the question I had, and I think a lot of people had running into this, especially people who are not election lovers, is like, do things matter? Right? Mm-hmm. Like, it was Dobbs going to matter, and were the constant sort of Republican assaults on the ability of people to vote, was the fucking attacks on children's hospitals and on trans kids and stuff, like, was all of that going to work? Like, do things matter still? And we'll have to re-answer that question in 2024, but it does kind of seem like that's the positive takeout from this, is not like, it's probably too early to say, are we seeing some sort of grand progressive swing, or are people coming around on Biden or whatever things politicos want to take? But it does kind of seem that, like, on a very like ground floor level, it mattered that the Republicans were doing awful things.
Yes, 100% mattered. I think Christopher and I have talked about how, in his words, Leah Thomas cost the Michigan Republican Party the election.
Let's talk about that, because I think a lot of people. I mean, yeah, let's talk about that.
Okay, I'll give the meme version of it first. The meme version of it basically is that there was a report released by the Republican Party in Michigan after the election, where they sort of just got hammered, and part of what they're talking about was like, okay, so inflation is like 7.7% right now, right? This is the freest election anyone has ever been handed, like, in human history. Like a child could have won this election, and the Republicans managed to blow it. And one of the reasons they managed to blow it was that they talked about this in their report. They spent like $25 million, like, specifically on ads about trans kids in sports.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and everyone in Michigan was just like, "What the?
Yes,
really?
Yes, not just blew it, but blew it in a way that they haven't blown it in 40 years. Because for the first time in 40 years, Democrats will have complete control of the Michigan state government.
Yeah.
And it's like the other thing is, it wasn't just in Michigan where this happened, right? Like quite possibly, like, one of the ways they're going to lose the Senate is because the Republicans' like entire sort of apparatus in Nevada was running against the Equal Rights Amendment, which, and specifically they were running against Nevada passing the version of the Equal Rights Amendment, like, specifically on the grounds of transphobia, and the ERA passed by 17 points. And Republicans are about to lose that Senate seat. And it's just like, my main version of this is that the Republican Party ran a platform that is like the political equivalent of like a street preacher, right? Like that is the constituency for this. It is like, they unbelievably hate trans people. They like a unbelievably hardline anti-abortion position, which again, like, nobody actually likes. And, it turns out, like, if your constituency is street preachers, like, the thing an average person does when they run into a street preacher is walk past them. And it turns out that's what happened here. Like, they tried this and they got owned. And that's the meme version of it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's not just the meme version of it. It's essentially what happened in Michigan and Pennsylvania, in all of these states where hardline Christian nationalists won Republican primaries. Like, they went down hard. And so, as Robert said, things actually mattered this election, and that's a good thing. And I know for me, as like, I went into election night very nervous about my own predictions, because when I put together my Google spreadsheet that will never be shown to any of you because of how insane it is, And I was picking, I got more races wrong, by the way, by picking Republicans to win that Democrats actually won than the other way around. Because I kept second guessing myself. It's like, no, I'm being too kind to Democrats. And then I went too far. But when I was making those predictions, honestly, I just kept thinking about like, so I'm adopted. My parents are both white. And my mom is this like white woman from Appalachian, Ohio. And she is in her upper 60s. So she grew up in a world before Roe v. Wade. And I had never seen my mom so angry about anything in politics. And like, she was very, very angry when Trump won. She has been very angry. She's been very angry about like January 6th. She's been angry about a lot of stuff the last several years, as is my dad, because they're both very normie Democrats. But my mom has never been angrier, as far as I've seen her, than she was angrier about Dobbs. And it wasn't just like my mom. I was hearing from friends of mine from across the Midwest who also have like normie white suburban parents. And that was kind of the same thing that I was hearing from them too, is like, my mom is so upset about this. My grandmother is so upset about this. These women who remembered what it was like to grow up in a world where abortion was not something that they had access to if they needed it. And that honestly, it's obviously completely anecdotal. It's not data-based or data-driven in any way, but that was just what I kept thinking about as I was making predictions about how the midterm was going to go was, I think that these people are angry enough that they are not going to care about inflation. They're not going to care about the fact that our economy is very clearly headed for a recession, because this is going to matter more to them. And it did.
I kind of want to move on to talking about what we think this sets us up for in 2024, because I think the clearest, and we talked about this a little earlier, but sort of the clearest thing that's positive about this is that we have fewer state secretaries of state and state legislatures in the hands of the Republican Party, which means more of a chance that like what people actually vote for is going to matter.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're still dealing with the judiciary that is as fucked as it was prior to the midterms, and in 2024 probably won't be less fucked in a way that is notable in aggregate. Yeah,
we can always hope and pray.
Yeah, there could be a couple of very specific car accidents. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But on that point, actually, so they're I know I bang on about how the United States deals with its indigenous people a lot, but like they slated, and we'll do an episode on it, but we're trying to do it properly. Slated for this Supreme Court session is to look at ICWA, right, the Indian Child Welfare Act, and like the challenge to it challenges a lot of the bases of other tribal law, and in places like Arizona, right, like indigenous people are a large, like often like in 2020 they were supposed to be like the swing electorate for like blue Arizona, so that could have positive outcomes for Democrats. They could I don't know how they could go out their way to disenfranchise indigenous people, but they find new and exciting ways to do it all the fucking time. So like that will be interesting. One thing I wanted to raise is like, so I live in California, which I think is seen as like the left coast and stuff, but we have an alarming amount of really chudly people going to the House from California. And yeah, it's becoming increasingly a bit like where like some of you live in Oregon, where like you have a very divided state.
The far right in California is larger than the population of like many United U.S. states.
Yes. And they're increasingly big mad about small things. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I'm just looking at the districts around the one I'm in, and a number of them have sent like anti-reproductive rights House representatives back to the House.
California is a state where the Democratic Party likes to flop its way to victory. It's one of the most incompetent state Democratic parties in the country, which is really saying something, because
we should talk about New York after this.
They're competing with New York. They're competing with Florida. Like,
I mean, hey, Oregon's didn't do great either. Like the state Democratic Party in Oregon had their most narrow governor's race in a long time,
Yes.
and also the Dems lost their supermajority in the state Congress.
They did lose their supermajority, but Democrats in Oregon do now have the ability to redistrict again, so they can take back that seat that Republicans picked up because there was a constitutional amendment that got passed by the voters of Oregon that says that if Republicans do what they have done in the last few years in Oregon, which is walk out of the state house anytime that a law they don't like might pass, they get banned from running for re-election.
But also, like, without the supermajority, I don't know that there's as much of an... I mean, we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's as a general rule, it seems like when there's no meaningful competition for what party is going to be in control of the state, it becomes a haven for, like, the political equivalent of grifters to suck in huge salaries and do very little. And
like our mayor. Or to just do like
our mayor.
Well, look at that.
Our mayor also.
Yeah.
And she's up for re-election in a few months, and we can only hope that she loses.
I can't imagine her winning. I mean, it could happen. Admittedly,
it could happen here.
It could happen here.
Here's an ad break.
Good work, Garrison.
Yeah. What a professional.
We're back. And you know what talking about the midterm elections makes me feel like doing? Smoking a cigarette. No? Buy cigarettes, kids. They're as good for you as democracy. All right, we're back.
In some other interesting news, this is also this past midterms had more LGBTQ candidates win office than ever before in a midterm election. There was a few notable wins, specifically with trans people in the Midwest, actually, which has been probably a decent sign. It's a good sign. The
hometown heroes are doing good.
Yes. So there's been multiple trans people and particularly quite a few trans women elected to state legislatives across the Midwest, like in Montana. And inside
controversial putting Montana in the Midwest.
New Hampshire, Montana, Midwestern state.
You're gonna get murdered. Carry your gun everywhere you go.
Token European here. I'm calling that out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, see, the thing
Montana is the Mountain West.
See, well, the thing is, I grew up in Saskatchewan, which is like above Montana, and whenever you would drive down, we would always stay in the more Midwesty sections, and everyone talks. It felt very Midwest to me because of where I lived in Saskatchewan. So apologies to people who are Montana Mountainers, I guess.
Also, apologies to the people of Chicago.
No, we don't need to be apologizing.
No, we don't need to apologize to Chicago.
They can fuck off.
So Zoe Zephyr, who testified against anti-trans legislation previously, is now able to vote against it. In Minnesota,
yeah, I want to talk about that like very briefly, which is that like
sure.
Okay, there are a lot of queer communities in places that people just fucking ignore.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. You cannot really discount these places.
Yeah, like I said, like Missoula specifically has a pretty substantive queer community. They do good shit. They're out there. Like they're like there's this sort of tendency, I think, to like look at like a state and go like, oh, it's a red state. Like there's whatever, the people who are just fleeing, and it's like it's not true. Like there are a lot of people who are like have for many years been building a community there and hanging on tenaciously and building it. And
also in Missoula,
every once in a while, people take notice.
Also in Missoula, the first non-binary candidate was elected in. S.J. Howell. So two trans people elected there in Missoula. So
by the way, did Missoula do this before Portland?
I mean, this would follow
probably, but Portland's like city council's like 4 fucking people. And,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
but
entirely.
And it swung pretty conservative this past election, actually. But we also had in Minnesota, Leah Fink is the first trans person in state legislator, and in New Hampshire, they elected the first trans man to a U.S. state house.
That's dope.
So and other good thing is Arizona got a Democratic governor, which means a whole bunch of potential legislation will probably not get signed on, because Arizona did have some pretty bad anti-trans stuff come up in the past few years.
I also want to talk about, so the Arizona election was critical, not just because it's amazing that fucking Carrie Lake's not going to be governor because she is a election denying ghoul. But fucking
the nicest thing I've ever heard described.
Blake Masters might be the scariest person who was running for election.
He is the scariest fascist.
He was hardcore serial killer energy.
He was scary until he was funny. Is the thing, because
when they fail, they're always funny.
Yeah, but Christopher and I were talking about this before the podcast, and during the final debate between Blake Masters and Mark Kelly, am I allowed to swear on this podcast?
Yes.
We're allowed to say whatever the hell we want.
Perfect. In their final debate, in their final debate between Mark Kelly and Blake Masters, Mark Kelly's final statement, his concluding argument, was essentially pointing at Blake Masters and going, "Look at this fucking freak."
Yeah.
It was great. It was
which is one of the most powerful things you could do in politics.
Because he was just the specific thing he did, because his language was I think a lot more nuanced than that. Because what he was saying is, Blake Masters, for those of you who don't know, one of the most famous moments of this campaign is he put out a campaign ad that was just him parking in the desert with a silenced handgun.
Mentioning 22.
He gives a 22 because he's a coward.
Which is a child's gun, first off. But anyway, mentioning twice that the gun was German and
made in Germany
as he caressed it. And then firing it blindly at nothing, and then the ad ends.
No, he fired it across a lake.
We don't see him shoot at something. We don't see him hit a target. His stance is dog shit. Anyway, but it's just him taking a silenced pistol out, repeatedly mentioning that the gun is German, firing it, and then the ad ends. That's the whole ad.
It's 90 seconds of him just fondling this gun and badly shooting it.
It's worth giving the context that the person he's running against is someone whose wife was shot in the head.
Yes.
Because Mark Kelly's Gabby Giffords.
Very nearly assassinated.
Yeah. So but it's also just look, guns are a big part of American life. A lot of politicians have including Democrats, have ads that involve guns. And usually it's here is me hunting, or even here is me at the range with friends engaging in a thing that many Americans do. Masters was just blindly shooting a .22 caliber handgun after repeatedly mentioning that it's German.
Yes.
It was like someone showed an alien, a regular campaign ad of someone shooting a gun, and then
it's funny that that's the term that you use, because that was a term that was flying around Arizona social media the entire campaign. It was Blake Masters looks like an alien.
Yeah, it was so
that's what happens when you
creepy.
Get pumped with Peter Thiel money for
So he has this, and he has a couple of others. He's number one. He worked with Peter Thiel for years. He's doing all sorts of fucking ghoul shit on Twitter, really mask off fascist, unhinged shit. And Mark Kelly in the debate isn't just look at this freak. He's hey, we all know guys like this who talk about how dangerous and how scary they are, but they've never done anything. They're just weirdos trying to scare you so that you'll think that they're powerful and don't fall for it. And it was perfect.
And the good news is that Arizona voters did not fall for it, because
they sure did.
Not only did Blake Masters lose, but the best performing Republicans in Arizona were their House candidates. Yep. The statewide House popular vote for U.S. Congress, not the state House, was, I think Republicans won it or are going to win it by 5. So Kari Lake already drastically underperformed that by 6 because she's going to lose. And then Blake Masters underperformed his House candidates by 10 or 11.
Unbelievable. It really goes to show that whatever most Americans want, they don't want a fucking weirdo fascist freak threatening an astronaut's wife with a gun.
No.
Yeah.
Really briefly, like also like on this note of all of the queer and trans candidates who won, I will point out this follows the pattern that has taken shape in the last decade, which is that these supposedly, well, not supposedly they are, but like these red and purple states in the South and the Midwest are sending queer and trans people into the halls of power a lot faster than deep blue states on the West Coast and in the Northeast. The first I unfortunately forget their name, but the first non-binary state legislator in the country was elected in Oklahoma, and they're not only non-binary, they are Black and Muslim non-binary. So it's like, these communities, as Christopher's like, these communities do matter. We can't forget about them. We can't abandon them. But also, like, not just they matter, but like, as I will happily argue with any political operative from either coast, we are much more likely to see some kind of progressive resurgence in this country led by candidates out of the South or Midwest than either of our coasts.
Yeah.
Well, and like look at this is one of the other things that so I have a lot of friends in the like Michigan Teachers Union, right? And like right now, what is happening in Michigan is that the teachers union is literally sending lists of laws like to the governor that are like, you need to get rid of this. And even if you look at like almost every other Democratic Party like in the country is just constantly at war with their teachers unions. And and then you look at what's happening in Wisconsin, and it's like. And you look at what's happening in Michigan. Well, no, also Wisconsin too, where like they have a much more labor-friendly, like Democratic Party than like fucking San Francisco or like the ghouls in like honestly the ghouls in the Chicago machine, right?
The ghouls in Eric Adams' office.
Yeah, right. Like there's I don't know. There like everyone ignores the Midwest, and we're here, damn it, and we do good things.
Well, it's a little bit like, it's a little bit of what we were saying earlier, that like when you've got these states where because of the population layout, the Democratic Party doesn't have to struggle to actually win for the most part, you're a hell of a lot. Number one, the party becomes effectively a cartel, so they're very good at stopping any like upstart, young, progressive, non-binary, queer, trans people from like getting a hold on in local politics. We just had the most progressive member of the Portland City Council ousted by corporate business interests. And it which is very different from the trend that you're seeing in places like Montana and places like Oklahoma with a lot of these very progressive, young candidates. And it's because, number one, maybe the state parties are a little more willing to throw a Hail Mary, but also just like those individual people, the people running and the folks doing their campaign, have had to be a lot harder and a lot smarter to survive surrounded by people who hate them.
Yes. And I think also like there's one of the ways that I was pretty sure that this wasn't going to be a red tsunami was, so I have friends who go to Wheaton College, and for people who don't know what Wheaton College is, it is like
we're sorry that we're about to inform you.
Yeah, so Wheaton College is one of like, I don't know, maybe the second behind like Brigham Young, like most right-wing evangelical college in the U.S. Like they famously
it's not as bad as Liberty.
Yeah, it's like number 3, right? But like, so this is like the intellectual center of sort of evangelical politics. Like, hold on, let me make sure I have this right.
Like Billy Graham's family has funneled money into Wheaton College for decades and decades now.
And okay, so like Wheaton is a like broadly speaking like a fucking ferociously hostile place to be anything other than a cishet white person, right? It is like unbelievably homophobic. It is really anti-Semitic, and like a few months ago, I was walking like through Wheaton downtown to visit a friend, and in the middle of fucking Wheaton downtown, there was someone who in their like fucking lawn had a giant pride flag, and like it was the brown pride flag too, right? Mm-hmm. Like that was like even like 5 years ago, that would have been unimaginable. Like you would have been fucking chased out of town by a mob. Like, and that it's just there now. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, like they haven't been run out. It's still there.
No, it's literally, yes, everything that Christopher just said. And, you know, these are people that Christopher and I grew up with. Like we literally, there was a granddaughter of Billy Graham in my high school class. And I think, you know, as much as, you know, these people are not going to be socialists or progressives anytime soon, they are very much like normie, moderate Democrats now. But there were a lot of suburban white people who got very turned off by Trump from the Republican Party. And I think this midterm is the confirmation that, barring, you know, some kind of economic catastrophe that always throws elections to the out of power party, these normie white suburbanites are not going back. And we, you know, when you look at trends across the country, you know, J.B. Pritzker won DuPage County, which is the county that Wheaton is in. Yeah, which is like, you know, this used to be within Christopher and I's lifetimes. This used to be a county that Republicans banked on getting 300,000 votes out of on a statewide margin level. And now it's being won up and down by Democrats. Like Democrats flipped the county executive office in DuPage County this year. So like Chicago suburbs are continuing to trend left. Atlanta suburbs are continuing to trend left. The like Raleigh, Durham area in North Carolina is trending left. The Texas urban areas are trending left. And this isn't just like in comparison to 2016. This is in comparison to 2020, 2 years ago, which was a Democratic environment. So the fact that these counties are swinging left in a year where the country, even though the overall results were fine, the country definitely swung right. Like these people are not going back. And not just that these people are not going back, but the ones who are staying Republicans, they're moving, they're leaving the suburbs and they're establishing their little new white flight outposts in other places. And the people who are replacing them are largely people of color. Like the suburbs today in America are 60% white as compared to in the year 2000 when they were something like 75 to 80% white. So this is, I think this year was the confirmation we needed that this is a permanent trend, that the suburbs from now on are either going to be a wash or even, frankly, just Democratic places where Democrats will net votes.
And this is all, there still is a lot of fear and there still is reason to be very concerned about the ability of the GOP's power to push things in a revanchist direction in an anti-democratic election, to remove the ability of people. Because that is, you know, we're seeing them talk right now. We're seeing guys like Matt Walsh, Christopher Rufo talk right now about the need to like stop young people from voting, to like crack down on mail voting. Like this is not to say like, all right, it's all done. But this is like, I guess the thing that's optimistic about this overall is that it is it's evidence that there was this kind of open question after Trump won in 2016. And if one thing you could look at 2018, you could look at 2020, now 2022, and go like, well, clearly the trend since then has been for the GOP to lose big in most of these elections. But that was also anything but clear kind of as a result of 2020 and the way COVID fucked things up. And this does seem to like cement that like, yeah, it may have in the long run proved to be a major tactical failure to have gone for this guy the way that they did.
Oh yeah, I mean, and we can only hope. I personally, from an entertainment factor, cannot wait for the DeSantis versus Trump primary. I will be rooting for Trump because he is funnier online. And also, I don't think it would make a substantive difference in whether or not, like, who would be the nominee, because DeSantis is just Trump without the charisma.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, hopefully, like, we saw the Republican Party pay a price this year for arguably the first time in a long time for their insanity. And it's good to see that happened. Hopefully it will happen again. And I will also note for anyone listening who does, you care about elections, you want to get involved somewhere, the next somewhere for you to get involved in is the state of Wisconsin, where there is a state Supreme Court seat up for election in April. If Democrats win that seat, they will flip the Supreme Court in Wisconsin. And that means that the absolutely insane Republican gerrymanders in that state, which pretty much render the state of Wisconsin a non-democracy, will likely get overturned if Democrats are able to flip the Wisconsin Supreme Court, which would mean a lot of good things could happen for a lot of people who live in that state.
Okay, there is one other thing that is like basically unrelated to this that I want to touch on before we close up, which is that the extent to which the Republicans have sort of entered chaos mode now, with Trump just sort of like going off on DeSantis and like the Republican Civil War happening.
Yeah.
And then secondly, because they seem, it looks like they've gotten the chaos mode configuration of their House majority.
Yep. Yes. Anyone who pays attention to Congress, I would encourage you to get very, very familiar with the term discharge petition, which is a mechanism by which if you have a majority of the House that is willing to sign a piece of paper that says we should put this bill on the floor no matter what, it goes to the floor no matter what. And I think you're probably going to see Democrats successfully put a lot of bills on the House floor in the next 2 years because they're going to pick off the Republican moderates in the Northeast to sign these pieces of paper.
I think we should explain what exactly the Republican position looks like, because it's
sure. So
yeah.
I should caveat this with the statement that there is still I would say a 5% chance that Democrats manage to scrape their way to a 1-seat majority. It's not likely by any means, but it is still theoretically on the table, mostly because Lauren Boebert managed to put herself in a position where she might actually lose. But default modal outcome, I would say, is Republicans end up with a 3 or 4 House seat majority. But what that means is that we get Calvin Ball for the next 2 years, essentially. Because Kevin McCarthy as a person he's very unintelligent in general. And this is a very common sentiment that you will run into in people who pay attention to Congress. He is not personally capable of managing a House majority of 4. This is so widely accepted that Nancy Pelosi was willing to go on the record in an interview the other day saying that. And so who knows? Kevin McCarthy may not even end up being the speaker. We may not have a speaker until March because no one would get 218 votes. But whoever has that job, whatever Republican has that job, it is going to be the most thankless job of their life that they will suffer through for the next 2 years. Because, the pundit class and political operatives love to talk about how ideologically diverse the Democratic Party is in the House. And it's true because on the left wing end of the caucus, you have people like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. And on the right wing end, you have people like Henry Cuellar, who tragically survived his primary this year. But I think it has gone under the radar that Republicans in the House are arguably more ideologically diverse than Democrats are, because the moderate Republicans in the House are your very standard, socially liberal, fiscally conservative types that were very popular in 2010. You had some of these Northeastern Republicans who were more than happy to vote for same-sex marriage. They would probably vote for to codify Roe. They would probably vote to codify birth control legality. And on the other end, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene. And
MTG.
Yeah. If there is a person on this earth who is capable of managing that caucus, I don't know who they are. I don't think anyone knows who they are. And I think that the smartest thing that person could do is not take the job and let someone else take the fall for what is going to be 2 years of chaos that will most likely hurt the Republican brand a lot in the next 2 years.
Yeah, that's like one of the things that actually makes me like slightly optimistic is that like the Republican Party like is a like a diverse coalition, and it had been being held together sort of, but like by Trump. And now Trump's not on Twitter anymore. And Twitter may not exist by like the
Next
time we get a
week?
new speaker.
Oh, yeah.
So like,
Well, it's also, I think I might add, Chris, it's not just by Trump. And a part of why Trump was able to get the position he did is it's a mix of Trump and owning the libs, right? Like that's a huge part of why the most visible members of this caucus are where they are. Like there's no Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? Without the way that particular social reinforcement pattern works. And yeah, I think that like that's not like number one, if Twitter goes away, which could have happened by the time you listen to this episode, that really gets in the way of their ability to own the libs. But also if they're just getting their asses kicked up and down the country, they're no longer owning the libs. The libs have not been owned.
No, they have not. And I think the other consideration here is that we like to talk a lot in this country, because it's true, about how neither party ever puts forth a substantive policy agenda. And there are a lot of Republican political operatives who are running around right now complaining and saying that Republicans lost because they failed to offer a viable alternative, except that's not true. Republicans did offer a policy agenda in this midterm. And that policy agenda was Christian nationalism. And American voters took one look at that and said, are you fucking for real?
Yeah, like that's the thing that like everyone like people like all the fucking New York Times columnists, like people don't understand that like there's maybe 30% of the population who actually likes that shit, and everyone else in the country is like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and but you know, like the actual sort of median person in the US is so much less like that than the median person that every pundit imagines, that like the version of reality that exists in sort of like the minds of the media class, like
it's not real.
Yeah. It's they've created like incredible sandcastles in their mind, and now the tide's like washing them away.
Yeah, I don't know if the tide's washing them away. I think
we can only hope that the New York Times gets washed out to sea. But I think, you know, sorry, go for it.
No, please.
I was just going to say, like, you know, obviously the next 2 years are going to be the next 2 years. And no one can predict the future. Anyone who tells you in literally the next 18 months that they know how the 2024 elections are going to go is lying to you, and you should block them and perhaps report them to like whatever like non-retributive forms of authority exist in your local area. But based on how this went, if the same trends play out for the next 2 years, which would be suburbs continue swinging left, Democrats continue to rack up problems with minority voters, but like not to the extent that we're going to like lose urban seats anytime soon. And Republicans continue racking up margins in the states, in like the seats that they're already winning by 80 points, which helps them on a statewide level, but does not help them in the US House. I would say, like, assuming the current trends continue, the trends we've had since 2016, that would mean Democrats flip back the House in 2024. It would also mean that we are once again in like the fight of our lives for the Senate, as we likely will be for every single cycle for the next 10 years. So, you know, just kind of get used to that while you have the breather. But yeah, like we had an okay midterm that was literally a year ago looking like it was going to be possibly the worst midterm wipeout.
Possibly the end of the Republic as a
literally yes. Literally yes. So, you know, 24 might be good.
I think the responsible thing to do now is to close out by each giving one of our unhinged predictions for what we're going to see in 2024. And I'm going to start. I think we're going to see Musk and McConaughey vie for the governor of Texas once Greg Abbott is forced out from a sex scandal. That's my call. Prove to me. Show when it happens, everybody will owe me some some French fries.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna happen. Calling it now.
Tom Brady, I reckon. Tom Brady's gonna take a swing at it.
At Texas?
No, one of those states up in where it's cold and rains all the time.
Oh yeah.
One of those.
Yeah. I assume he's from, broadly speaking, Illinois to Wisconsin.
Yeah,
he would be running in New England. Please do not pin that on us.
Bro, but not that kind of cold. Like, just gray, not like miserable cold like you all have up there. Okay. Tom Brady running in a place where you can't grow tomatoes is my prediction.
That feels good. After his massive success selling the hit crypto platform FTX, what can't Tom Brady do?
Who knows? Don't ask that question. Put that out there, Robert.
Win games for the Buccaneers.
Yeah, true.
They aren't in Germany.
Yeah. Survive eating what any normal human being would eat on a given day.
Garrison.
I don't know. I don't care about this type of thing very much.
That's the perfect reason to make a prediction.
Unhinged prediction.
Yep.
I don't know. I think one of the funniest things is that earlier this year, there was this big Bitcoin account who said that if things continue, Bitcoin's going to be a major factor in the midterms, which is really funny. So
I'm not wrong.
Excellent.
So I'm saying that what's an even dumber cryptocurrency?
Doge would be the obvious one.
I was thinking of Doge. Dogecoin's going to be a significant factor in the 2024 election.
Yeah.
All right. We still got two to go.
Mine is that okay, Pritzker's going to bring back like the old school Democratic machine. And Biden is going to fall out a window. Like Kamala Harris is going to sort of like turn up. Like they're going to drain a dam in 30 years and find her body. And
do we think that Biden's going to run again?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
He won't because he will have fallen out of a building near the end of 2020, like the end of about 2023.
Okay,
Pritzker is going to take over the U.S.
Christopher's predicting.
That's your prediction that Joe Biden will fall out of a window.
Christopher is predicting the fourth defenestration of Prague.
Here's the thing. Like we all think that the sort of like threat, like the threat to bourgeois democracy comes from the Republicans. It's not. It's Pritzker. Pritzker's going to coup the fucking country, and probably 60% of the population is going to be completely on board because he's going to be less insane than like everyone that's been like in charge of this country for the last 50 years.
Yep.
And you know who's going to save democracy then? Matthew McConaughey.
No, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. That leaves me. What is my unhinged prediction? I don't think I'm going to top Christopher's prediction about JB Pritzker. I think my unhinged prediction will be that Taylor Swift runs for Senate in Tennessee.
Oh God.
Oh, she could do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't.
Look, if she brings on the head of her fan club who went to jail in Israel for refusing to serve in the IDF,
I think
she actually might get some progressive votes.
Yeah, that may have been untrue. Sadly, the Swiftie refusal, but maybe
really, not. Really, why'd you even introduce that possibility?
Why would you say that to me?
Yeah, because not all these beautiful things we believe in can be true. But Taylor Swift running for Tennessee, she would almost certainly be better than whoever is a Tennessee senator now, right?
Yeah.
Like it's now Colonel Sanders or someone basically the same as Colonel Sanders, I imagine.
Colonel Sanders was a Kentucky.
That's Kentucky. Yeah, come on, British James. Colonel Sanders is Kentucky. Oh. It's called Kentucky Fried Chicken.
James, that was basically a slur.
There is a type of guy epitomized by Colonel Sanders who also occupies all the Senate seats south of the Mason-Dixon line.
You're not
That's
wrong
not
there.
true.
That's my stance, and I'm sticking to it.
I am pushing back on this.
No, well, I'm gonna watch a Foghorn Leghorn video because that's who I'm thinking of now, James. All right, everybody, that's been the episode. Go
vote Swift.
Yeah, vote another couple of times. Just make sure.
Yeah, there's the old Chicago motto: vote early, vote often.
Yeah,
pay for a few mules.
everyone go to Colorado and vote against Lauren Poffers.
Literally 7 of you or whatever could swing this. Move to Colorado. We can't deal with her shit anymore.
Fundraise in order to purchase a huge number of drones and drop ballots over wherever it is in Colorado they count votes. I assume Denver? Yeah. Blanket Denver in your ballots and stop listening to podcasts.
For period protection you can put on and forget about, nothing beats NYX leak-proof underwear. North America's #1 leak-proof underwear brand. Let's face it, life can be unpredictable, but your leak-proof underwear shouldn't be. That's why millions of people choose NYX. For periods, for light leaks, for everyday freshness. NYX undies are super comfy, super absorbent, and made to handle whatever your day throws at you. Day 2 of your period? Covered. Your daily run? No problem. That big sneeze? You know the one. Yep, we've got you. And with styles like bikinis, boy shorts, thongs, and high-rise, plus sizes from extra small to 4XL, NYX makes it easy to find your perfect fit. Say goodbye to stress and leaks and say hello to undies that work just as hard as you do, no matter the leak. Find the style and level of protection you want at NYX.com and use code FLOW15 for 15% off. That's KNIX.com, code FLOW15 for 15% off. NYX, for your leaks, for your life.
This is Radhi Devlukia from A Really Good Cry. I absolutely love getting outside, whether it's a quick walk or a mindful few steps between meetings, or even a longer run to just clear my head. But the one thing that can really ruin that for me is shoes that just don't feel right. That's why I started wearing Ultra Running. With the Ultra Fit, every step feels comfortable, balanced, and strong. Like my feet can finally move freely. What really stood out to me was the roomy toe box. My toes actually now have room to spread out, which makes movement feel more natural and comfortable. And when your feet aren't cramped, you feel more balanced, like every step has a strong, stable foundation. I've noticed that with extra space, my foot muscles get to work building strength, so I can actually move with more confidence. Ultra fits and moves with you no matter your pace or your goals. Beginner or marathon runner, they've really become my go-to for any kind of running or training, and I always feel like my feet can do exactly what they're meant to do. Feel the difference by visiting ultrarunning.com and use my code CRY10 for 10% off. That's ultra, ALTRA, running.com. Experience Ultra and stay out there.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Let's talk about modern home shopping. It's sort of become a fun side hobby, right? Scrolling listings at night, dreaming about kitchens you've never seen, or backyards you haven't even stepped foot in, all from the comfort of pretty much anywhere. Redfin knows a lot of people like you want to own, but are stuck in this browsing mode loop. That's where Redfin flips the script. With listings that update within minutes and tours you can book right from the Redfin app, you can see your dream home the moment it appears. Now, liking a listing is easy, but actually landing it, that's where Redfin comes in. Redfin has over 2,200 agents with local expertise. And Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. That means they want to help you win, not just window shop. Redfin is built to help you go from just looking to wait, this could actually be home. So become the newest neighbor on the block. Visit redfin.com to start finding and start owning. That's redfin.com.
Legal disclaimer. Okay, it's actually me, not the legal disclaimer guy from Medical Adverts. We just wanted to mention that both of our guests today are members of UAW, but they do not speak on behalf of UAW. Okay, enjoy the podcast. It could happen here. It's this podcast. It's a podcast. We're doing a podcast. It's a podcast. And today it's a podcast with me. I'm James, and I'm joined by Chris, and I'm joined by a couple of grad students from UC San Diego. Today we're going to talk about grad student strikes. We're going to talk about the grad student strike vote that's coming up at UC San Diego and some other grad student strikes that Chris and I have been part of back in the Middle Ages. Okay, so I'm joined today by Alex. Alex, you're studying. I'm trying to get this correct. Cancer genomics at UCSD. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. And Tyler Bell as well. And Tyler, you're a postdoc and you're doing Alzheimer's research. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're both members of UAW?
Yes, that's correct.
I've been a member for at least 2 years, but yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a member of the actual subset of UAW that just formed, representing student researchers in completing their PhDs. So we'll explain all the details of that, of course, going forward.
Yeah, I think maybe we should start there and explain kind of the economic relationship of PhD and postdoc students to the university, like what work they do, and because as we were talking about beforehand, people might not even be familiar with the fact that you get paid by the university in many of these positions, right? So can you explain like how that works?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, as you mentioned, we do in our various roles as graduate students, teachers and postdocs, we do a lot of work. Majority of the work, in fact, that is critical for the university to function as it does. And we do that in a few different roles. Some of us are paid to teach or TA classes. We call those academic student employees, who are represented by one of our unions, UAW 2865. The remainder of PhD students are actually paid directly to do their research, and this is usually funded off of grants or other money that the university has earmarked for research. So as we are progressing towards our degrees, we are doing work that is productive in our labs to get papers out, get grant funding coming in, and we receive a stipend to perform that work. Those students are known as graduate student researchers, or GSRs, who are represented by a new union that just formed because it actually became recently legal to form such a union in the state of California. We are represented by SRU, bargaining for our first contract. And then we have the postdocs, which Tyler can probably talk more about, who are students who have completed their, or no, I'm sorry, I want to really clarify, they're not students. They are employees of the university who have completed their degree, so are no longer students and are doing research work in labs, usually driving their own projects forward under supervision of professors. So they are represented by a third union that's part of this sort of collective organizing called UAW 5810.
Wait, you have postdocs unions?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
I think the one here at UC is actually the biggest and one of the first ones that formed. I remember I was on a Wikipedia page, which I shouldn't use as an academic, but I totally saw us on there and I was like, holy
Giving the game away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's fascinating because there are all these like memes that you'll see as a graduate student, and then it's like when you finish your PhD, where it's like you always think that you're going to get off the grind, right? Like you're like, oh, I'll do my MA and then I'll get off, and then I'll do my PhD, and then the people will respect me and I'll be compensated for the massive amount of work I do, and then like I'll just finish this postdoc, and then you're like, oh, I'm 55. You know, like it's all of those positions are heavily exploited by universities that make a metric shit ton of money from these people who, as you say, do most of the work that keeps the university running. So perhaps we could talk about the issues that are at stake that are leading to this strike authorization vote, and maybe if we could go through a little bit of a timeline as well, that would be great.
Yeah, so maybe Tyler, maybe you could like explain the 5810 timeline, and I can talk a little bit about the SRU and I guess kind of 2865 one.
Yeah, so chronologically, the postdocs were up for their contract negotiation, which that's just to set our wages, benefits, and workplace safety and other type of protections we want. And that actually came up, I think, in September of 2021. And I could be wrong on the date specifically because so much has changed. But we initially, back in 2021, started actually asking people what they wanted to see in their new contract, like our members, because the union isn't like if I didn't care about the union or no one else cared, it wouldn't exist. Like it's the postdocs, and we have to take out like a couple of hours a week to do this thing, and sometimes it's 20 hours. on top of our research, which is 40 hours. And so during that time, we surveyed everyone, got the demands that people wanted. And the top two issues that people asked for that they wanted changed was our wages and also the housing. We wanted affordable housing because right now, over 70% of academic workers, including the postdocs, who you would think, you have a PhD, this is the time you can finally have affordable housing and you don't have to worry about food scarcity and all these other things that you're worried about as a graduate student. So just take this in the context of like, we're postdocs, we're supposed to be like the most paid, or at least the better off because we have our PhD. Think about like what that means for the graduate students and those that aren't yet at that stage yet. And so when we went forward with our proposals, we created a lot of other things that we thought were important, including things like transit, bargaining demands to make public transit like affordable for postdocs, because currently we don't get any kind of like free pass for that. They don't even consider it. In fact, they probably think we all have cars, which isn't true because a lot of postdocs are international scholars. We were also asking for childcare support because currently like a good bit of, our postdocs have children, which is normal because this is a normal like family creation time or whatever you want to call it. But
and indeed, it can be one of the only times as an academic when it really sort of doesn't massively disadvantage your career to start a family, right?
Exactly. And like postdocs, like the whole proposition of a postdoc was, there's not enough faculty spots for once you get a PhD. And postdocs now can last 5, if not longer, like 5 years or longer. And there's a new position called an academic researcher, which is a type of like title that you get when you can no longer be a postdoc, but it's also because there's just not enough faculty. So they put you into a different title to do research. And collectively, both us postdocs and people that are academic researchers, we don't get any affordable childcare. We don't have affordable housing. And our wages are below the cost of living. And currently, we went through the proposals back then, and we, over time, a year and a half, have not really made any leeway on these proposals that actually change the material conditions for postdocs. Like the university has been, bargaining in bad faith, that we have multiple unfair labor practice lawsuits against from our public relations board for the employers. And 3 of those have been, sorry, let me get those numbers right. Multiple of those have actually been successfully had complaints filed against the university. Some of the things that the university has done, and particularly while we've been bargaining, is one, not bringing the information to the table that we request, like denying our request for information. They have also refused to bring the people that can make the type of decisions that we need to the table. And they've also been making unilateral changes to things like bullying policies and other workplace issues without even being at the bargaining table. And the last thing that they've been doing during this process is surveying members of our union outside of like the bargaining process. Like we don't know about it. I mean, we did find out about it, and then we filed the complaint. And so right now we're at a point where we've gotten a lot of things, kind of like moved on in terms of things that aren't compensation in terms of our bargaining, like things that we won, such as bullying protections. That was something that we actually had to like have a big action for to actually get that on the table to move. So currently we won protections against bullying, which is kind of like pretty enormous because in academia, the university says we're against bullying and that they have all these resources for you, but the resources always end at we're right, you're wrong. And now we have something in our contracts, not just for the postdocs and academic researchers, but also for the other bargaining units to actually protect us in a process that like we could grieve it as, union represented workers. And so right now, the reason that we had to authorize the strike, especially for our group as postdocs and academic researchers, because they started bargaining kind of like maybe further along in that year with us, but they were kind of at the same place of like not getting the same type of responses. And we just want them to actually come to the table, bring the people that can make the decisions so that we can have, affordable housing, fair wages to actually do the research that we do here. And I just want to say that we bring a lot of value to the university through grants, in particular as postdocs. So we do most of the writing of research papers, conducting the experiments. If people think that faculty sit there and run a wet lab and actually do the work of the wet labs, That would be an amazing faculty person, but they're really busy in terms of like having to write grants themselves. We do the bulk of the work and actually making the research happen. We do a bulk of the training in terms of the graduate students and the undergrads that are in the lab. And so we provide an enormous value to the university. But at the same time, while we provide these values, the university doesn't want to give us a fair living condition or affordable housing. And the last thing I'll say, and then I'll let Alex talk about the other units, is that, we bring a ton of value to the university because of these grants. And for every $100 of that grant that is given to the university charges things like the NIH, $58 in indirects. So this is a ghost money that we don't know where it goes. Our PIs don't get to have a say over. And that's money that usually goes to things like capital projects that could go back to keeping, the postdocs actually living in an okay living situation.
Can we just explain what capital projects are?
So capital projects are things like, planning out buildings that they want and other things that aren't really like compensation based or employee based, because the university, like UC, is the biggest landowner. And so they obviously want more and more things that they can develop or lands that they can buy. And that's kind of what they kind of focus many of these indirects on. And I really don't know the clear picture on indirects. And that's kind of the problem, is that we don't know where all this money kind of goes.
If people, obviously lots of our listeners aren't in San Diego, the scale of construction at UCSD is incredible. Like, I've been here for 15 years now, and I swear every time I go back, there's a new building. Like and in terms of student housing, like it's nearly all student housing, I think, that they've built. But
yeah, and if I can jump in about one of those, which relates a lot to why graduate students have become more active on this campus. 3 or 4 of those extraordinarily large buildings you're talking about were actually intended to be built as subsidized graduate student housing, where you would be, you get on a wait list. You're guaranteed, once you get off the wait list, you can live there for 2 years and pay below market rent. That lasted for a little bit of time, but the university just a couple of years ago or so almost doubled the price for those units. They tried to hide it behind saying that their capacity increases, but what they're saying is for the same price as before, you can live with 2 people in a very small square footage studio apartment. But really that studio is now just double. So that is one of the things certainly that we are concerned about, is that, a significant portion of the university's budget does go into these capital improvement projects, which are nominally intended for student and postdoc benefit, but which tend to come back and not be quite as helpful in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're just doing real estate speculation and then doing rent extraction from it, which...
Yeah, and this is something they've done, like they did this, there's a very, very similar thing in, 2009? They built a new building, it was affordable for a short period of time, and then it suddenly became completely unaffordable. And they've really consistently extracted rent from the people that they are underpaying.
Yeah, and those buildings were actually, this incident even got a lot of faculty on our side, because those buildings were a major draw for how we were able to recruit new people to come and do research with us, as we were saying, the cost of living here is really high. You're not going to get a huge stipend or salary, but we do have this subsidized housing. And people had actually already committed to do their PhD here in labs at the university. And then the rent increase came out that April or May, and people said, well, no. And then a bunch of people decommitted from programs. So it was a significant issue here, but they have not backed off of that.
Yeah, and the problem with the university being one of the biggest landlords is that when they increase the rents for these even grad housing, it affects everyone else. So prices, my current rent, I live maybe a mile away from campus. My rent was, $1,700, which was eating up most of my income anyway. And it went up to $2,500. And, this is directly tied to the university setting a higher market rate, which then allows them to hurt everyone else that lives, not just around UCSD, but also in San Diego generally.
Yeah, one of the big things about that we're trying to get the university to understand, and one of the reasons I'm proud of the demands that we're making in this round of bargaining is the effect we have on the local economy, and of people who aren't even affiliated with the university have their lives affected based on the rent and based on the cost of things, because of the economic footprint that we have And as Tyler mentioned, one of our demands is some more subsidized transit passes. The university already subsidizes a significant amount of transit, but it's not enough, and it's not enough to actually really make a difference in terms of emissions in our region. So we're trying to raise both our own working conditions as well as make meaningful changes in the university's impact in the region. And in response to that, the university released in part a very funny statement the other day that accused us, and used transit as an example, accused us of having a, quote, social justice agenda. So I wasn't quite sure if the university or Ron DeSantis wrote that particular press release, but it was quite funny.
Okay, like the more I'm thinking about this, right? This is a public university. Why are they even charging rent? They own the land, right? Mm-hmm. Wait, why are they even charging rent in the first place? Like, what is? Oh my God! Like, this is just absurd.
The housing example I brought up was funded through what they very proudly refer to as a public-private partnership.
Oh,
so that's where the money is going.
Yeah. Oh, great.
It's going to investors.
Oh.
And recently, for the postdocs, their solution to our housing crisis was they obtained some building in downtown San Diego, which is 12 or more miles away from campus, and the building starts at like rent of $3,000 or more. But like I said,
this building,
with the one with the creepy bed and the closet that comes out and kills your cat. But
the what?
It has like a closet that folds out.
Good.
Comes out the wall.
Is that their extended downtown? Yeah, I've been trying to PRA a bunch of stuff about that building, and they've been quite reticent to hand it over. Oddly. So, Alex, is there any more context you wanted to add from your side about is about sort of what is driving people to ask for a strike authorization vote?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, our concerns as graduate students are certainly very similar to a lot of the concerns that postdoctoral students have, except that we make even less money than they do. So certainly urgent on the compensation side. Our units are demanding a minimum graduate student stipend of $54,000 a year. Whereas none of us make more than 33 or 34 right now, and that's very dependent on the program and very dependent on your source of funding. So most make quite less than that. We also have a number of other issues that have come up and caused problems for students that we want to be able to have a union in order to rectify. I mentioned that our Student Researchers United Union is actually new. We're bargaining for our first contract. And we think we're going to be able to get a lot of practical benefits out of that, not just in terms of a contract, but actually something where we can have some parity and some organization to come to bat for us when the university creates issues. For example, the university has known this for a long time, but the payroll system that manages graduate student stipends and fellowships and stipend disbursements is a bit unreliable for reasons that they can't quite explain.
Oh boy,
yeah.
We had this at so I wasn't a grad student, but I was an undergrad when our U Chicago's grad students went on strike, and that was a big thing of people would get paid, and the university would sometimes they wouldn't get paid enough, they wouldn't get paid at all. There was another times where they accidentally get overpaid, and the university wouldn't tell them, and then they just take all the money out of their bank account. And it was a catastrophe. Yeah. Is it similar things here?
Very much so.
Yeah.
I got overpaid and then I got overpaid once.
Yeah, there is, at least my personal story with this is pretty much ever since. So I applied for and received an NIH individual fellowship. For all the other nerds out there, it's an F31 NIH fellowship, but essentially what that says is the NIH likes my research proposal and they are going to fund a portion of the rest of my PhD. So in a sense, I've offset the cost of my labor by bringing an extra few tens of thousands of dollars to the university. However, the processing for that has not been smooth, and there are months where I simply have to remind them to pay me. And when that paycheck doesn't come through, my very hardworking program coordinator, it's not her fault, but she has to then open support tickets. She has to go through 10 different levels of bureaucracy to find out where the holdup is. And so what that results in is people oftentimes not getting significant portions of their stipend until well into the beginning of the first or second week of the month. I personally have been lucky enough to, build up some savings living here. But many students, especially our first years coming right out of college, have not been able to do that. And a lot of times at the first of the month, we have people will come to me and say I don't know why my stipend check didn't work. I can't pay rent or I can't get groceries.
Yeah.
And these issues have been going on. Have not been one-time things or sporadic things. These are things that have been continuously going on for years. And what we're really hoping for is that with the creation of this Student Researchers Union, that we will be able to not just send polite emails and say, "Hi, can you pay me if you get a chance?" We will actually have a literal international union that will be sending those emails and say, you fix this, or by the terms of the contract, we get X, Y, and Z damages. And we're hoping that leads to improvements in the system as a whole, because it will get more expensive. So that is certainly one of the reasons we formed SRU after a brief vote to strike for recognition because the university ignored the Employee Relations Board of California, which resulted in some very spicy press releases from PERB, which was great. But we did eventually get recognition, and now hopefully in a month or so we'll have a contract.
Yeah. To explain for people as well who aren't familiar, if you're teaching, right, you may not have been paid over the summer in some positions. Like I know I was in mine. So like a late payment in September or even waiting till October, you're already at the bottom of your savings. There were fall quarters at UCSD where I lived in my car because it didn't make it all the way through the summer on the savings I had. So it really is. And I'm sure there are a lot of still unhoused graduate students at UCSD because of the cost of living and the wages are so divergent. Yeah. Hey, Chris, you know what won't make you live in your car?
Oh God, there's no way you can actually.
That's right.
It's going to be the Washington State Highway Patrol again.
The San Diego Police Department won't let you live in your car.
No, Todd Gloria. Okay. Yeah, this is brought to you by landlords. Enjoy these adverts. And we're back. And so what I wanted to talk about was some of the actions that have been taken by student organizations so far, and also some of the repercussions that have come from those actions. Because again, student organizing is a little different, and I want people to understand that. So maybe if it makes sense to start with this 2020 Wildcat strike, we can start there. If you want to start further back, then we can start further back too.
2020 is probably about the extent of how far my experience goes back. But I can tell kind of the story of that a little bit.
Yep.
There was a movement that we refer to as COLA, which stands for Cost of Living Adjustment, and has a very convenient acronym, which resulted in people coming to protest with empty bottles of Coke on a stick, and that was a really common sign. It's fantastic. But that was a movement that started at University of California, Santa Cruz. One of the, for people who aren't familiar with UC, it is really actually many campuses together in one system. And this particular one started at our campus in Santa Cruz. And it was what is called a wildcat strike, which is, if you're not familiar with unions, that is, at least in America, there are very careful rules that you have to follow of when exactly you are allowed to call a legally protected strike, and that's often dependent on your contract or the labor laws of your state. But it is possible for workers to get together without the explicit approval of their union and take the added risk that involves to hold a labor stoppage. So I'm not sure of the exact number, but somewhere between 50 and 100 or 200 or so TAs, so teaching assistants at the Santa Cruz campus, decided to withhold teaching and also final exam and quarter grades for a quarter in, I believe this would have been fall of 2019. And they held essentially daily pickets and protests at their central entrance of their campus, and this resulted in quite an extreme response from Santa Cruz administration, University of Santa Cruz administration. They called in the California Highway Patrol. Also, there's I'll send this to Chris and James to put in the footnotes, but there is a Vice article where someone did a lot of public records requests and found out that the FBI was also involved, or at least FBI provided technology was involved. There may have been sort of counterterrorism units involved in the state in interesting ways. But essentially, there was a highly militarized response to what was essentially a few grad students not doing grades. So this response, the images that came out of this, people getting arrested for being in the street and such, started to actually provoke sympathy actions across the rest of the campus. And there was really a campus-wide or a system-wide movement starting to build. And then March of 2020 happened. And almost all of us, our labs shut down, the campuses shut down. Those of us who work from home could. Those of us who couldn't often had, many other struggles to deal with, and that kind of killed the pandemic. Essentially killed that movement. But at the same time, these UAW 2865 and UAW 5810 already existed. SRU was starting to get formed at this time. We actually managed to get card check recognition during the pandemic, where no one could actually go to one central point and get cards. So I'm quite proud of that.
Hell yeah!
So we sort of rebuilt off of kind of sort of the ashes of that movement. And even though it was not, and I personally support it, but even though it was not a university sort of, or excuse me, certainly not university supported, but union supported movement, I think it really helped to kind of plant seeds for graduate students and postdocs having some degree of labor consciousness. When I was doing walkthroughs to get people signed up for the union, get people to vote on the strike, they would say, they haven't obviously been keeping track of all the bargaining, but say, "Oh yeah, I remember. Is this like in Santa Cruz? I remember what they did," and people would be ready, to get involved. So it was a deferred kind of benefit given the pandemic, but I think it helped get a lot of the energy that we have today.
Yeah. That's great to see, actually, because I know we really struggled with sort of political consciousness among the grad students in my time at UCSD.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Like I remember talking to some people who were sort of involved with it, and like watching the videos coming out of it. Like that was, I think, like probably the most intense military response I think I've ever seen to a strike in the U.S. It was wild.
The university chancellor, Chancellor of Santa Cruz at that time, bragged, or I don't know if it was bragged or complained, that they were spending $300,000 a day on that response.
Yeah, they went incredibly hard. And I want to kind of get into why, like, the universities really, really strongly dislike strikes. And partly because they rely heavily on underpaid graduate student labor, right? And are increasingly relying heavily on underpaid adjunct labor as well to take the place of these expensive tenure track positions. So can we talk about a little bit about like what it means to strike as a grad student? Because it's not the same to strike as a grad student as it is to strike if you work on a production line, right? Like it really can make a serious impact on your whole career, and it can make a serious impact on your relationship, perhaps with your supervisor or advisor or mentor. So can you, one of you or both of you, explain a little bit about the repercussions that come from striking as a graduate student?
Yeah, I'm happy to share my thoughts, and then Tyler, you can maybe talk about what postdocs are thinking. From the TA perspective, I think I'm currently a student researcher, so I'm not currently teaching. I think in that sense, there's a little more cut and dry. You're not going to teach your discussion section. You're not going to grade your exams. Those are very concrete things you can do that are sort of separate from your research work. For those of us paid to do research, it's a little bit harder to figure out where exactly sometimes your labor for the university is, and where your kind of research and not wanting to sort of harm yourself. Like I know people who have planned their advancements to candidacy during this time, and I think they're still going through with that because we consider, well, that's more academic, that's more your personal kind of progress in life, and so those sort of things will continue. But I think it's one of the things that sort of important is sort of your day-to-day work in the lab, and not necessarily just on your research project, but on just sort of maintaining things, answering questions, communicating with collaborators, sharing your results with people, helping undergraduates in the lab, helping prepare figures or prepare text for your advisor to submit grants, and all these other things that are not necessarily like, I am doing this particular thing for my degree. So I know a lot of people are worried about, especially because in the life sciences, we have situations where we have experiments that go on for months and they cost tens of thousands of dollars to run. And if you miss a time point on that, you're throwing months of your life out the window, and that hurts yourself really more than the university. So it's been I think, especially because organizing grad student researchers is something new, at least in America. I think it's something that in the coming years will be kind of considered more, and people will kind of, what I hope is people learn from whatever our experience happens to be next week when we walk out, and start to kind of calibrate, what does it look like? What does an effective work stoppage for a researcher look like? And I think people we've had a lot of discussions, we've had program meetings, so a bunch of students from my program got together and talked about this. And I think it might end up looking different for different people, but really what we're trying to communicate is don't do something that's going to, damage yourself. But do what you can to disrupt normal operations. Show up at the picket, and make sure you communicate, to everyone around you why you're leaving, and cause as much disruption as you can. That's kind of what our thinking is at the moment.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add, Tyler?
Yeah, so I wanted to add that, so for this strike, I mean, the reason that we're doing it is because they're not coming to the table in good faith. So I was going to correct my number. So we had 27 complaints that we filed with the California Public Employment Relations Board, and 6 of those were actually official complaints to the University of California. And so this strike is a little different because it's interesting to have to explain to other people why this is so important, especially in such a short time frame. And so for postdocs, like on a day-to-day basis, we do so much research that every day matters, and our employment schedules aren't very long. So I say that postdocs are generally in there for 5 years, but PIs don't want to keep a postdoc for a year or 2 or longer. Especially, like, I've noticed a pattern here in academia in general that postdocs, some people prefer to keep them a year and 2 years, because by the time you ask for pay raises or the time you ask for career development and to get to your next stage, you're not worth it to them anymore, and they change you out. So when I come in as a postdoc, each position I've come in, every day mattered. And setting up my research experiment, setting up my papers, setting up what I was going to do for the job search, because you don't have that much time. It takes 6 to 8 months to get even an initial interview for a faculty job. And that's a rare thing that you would get anyway. I think about 2% of postdocs become faculty at this point. Jesus. And so we're giving up a lot of, it's really bleak. And so, like, right now, I think the fact that we authorized this strike based on the bad faith bargaining, we did that because, like, things are so important, but we know what we're going to lose. So if we have to strike for weeks, that is lost experiments. That's lost time to do our publications, be competitive for this competitive job field. And also, we're going to let down a lot of people, because we're kind of anchors in our lab for the undergraduates and the graduate students, and also the techs in our lab. And so if we're gone, the lab just kind of dies, especially if the grad students walk out too. But I think we know that the value that I would get personally for my career, it isn't worth it if I see not only myself suffering each year, not being able to make my rent and able to feed myself. Like, eating 1 meal a day is not really great. And being able to afford one wardrobe this entire 2 years of employment is not great either. And I'm a postdoc, and I see the graduate students who I was a graduate student 2 years ago. There's not a real border there. And seeing them suffer, most of us postdocs don't want to see anyone else have to go through that. So it's worth the lost time. And it's kind of incalculable, but I could say what we would lose, because grants are so up in the air. But we're talking millions of dollars for a grant cycle being lost if a postdoc can't, submit the application. We're talking, what Alex said, how expensive this equipment and experiments are in these big labs in biology and engineering. So it's really immeasurable. And I think it's on the UC to come to the table in good faith and say, hey, let's not do this. Let's not ruin their research and their teaching, because that's the thing that we're here to support. And I just want to say that overall, we're only less than 1% of UC's total budget. So what is it to give us a fair wage and a good housing so we can continue to continue to do our research and teaching and not have to go on strike and lose all of this?
Yeah, I think it's very fair.
You know what else only pays out 1% of their income to their employees?
Is it the Washington State Highway Patrol? No, it's not. They pay shit money.
Yeah.
It's disappointing, isn't it?
And we're back.
Yeah, so I think you've done a really excellent job of explaining sort of what's at stake and what people can stand to lose. I know it can be very confusing also as a teacher, I will add, like, what do you do when you're not supposed to communicate, right? Like, so like, what about when your students email you? That can be very difficult, or especially if it comes towards the time when you're writing application letters or you're writing letters of support for your BA students who want to go into an MA or PhD program. Like, you don't want, like, if many of us teach as much out of vocation as for the 30 odd grand a year we can make in a place where the cost of living is insane. And so, like, we want to help those people because we care about our students, and so it can be very hard for us to go on strike. I will say that we're very fortunate in the community college district here, which is a different system for people who aren't aware. It's an entirely different university system. We have a very strong union, and as a result, our adjunct faculty here are, I believe, some of the best paid in the country. And they teach at a community college sometime, and that's exclusively thanks to a strong union and faculty being willing to back up that union. So, like, it does work, which is nice to see. But let's talk about some of the actions that have been taken already. I understand it. Some folks occupied like a very busy intersection earlier this year in the spring, right? Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, that was the action that we had back in April to sort of raise awareness of the issues of bargaining and some of the other things that were going on at that time. And I was really impressed with how well it went, actually, in terms of the number of students who came out, number who were actually willing to participate in that. But yeah, we got several hundred people all together, marched down to the intersection. For our San Diego listeners, that's via La Jolla and La Jolla Village Drive, just so you can get a picture of how important of an intersection this was, those of you who know it. And did not allow any cars through that intersection for an entire rush hour, which was fantastic. And
blocked off a Whole Foods. It's a real.
We did, yeah. That was
real,
the Whole Foods up there.
Real
yeah,
statement.
it took. I hope that San Diego PD billed UCSD for that, because they had about 50 officers controlling traffic, 2 helicopters. It was quite a response. I talked to an undercover cop on the bridge over the highway. They had. He was upset that he was missing something, some baseball game or something. I don't know.
Shouldn't have been a cop. Could have avoided it.
Yeah, exactly. He could have just left.
Could have had a real job.
He could have just left.
I'm actually staring at that intersection right now. And if I could tell you how busy it is, like we were terrified of safety was our most important thing. And I think we did a good job making sure everyone was safe, but like, it's busy. It is a heartline over here in La Jolla.
Yeah. My first day in America, I was walking with another grad student to try and find some food, and we tried to cross that road, got stuck in the middle, got a jaywalking ticket, and really, I knew I'd made a great choice in coming to California at that time.
Yeah, that road takes, like, if you want to cross all 3 ways, because it's one of our stupid California roads where you can only cross an intersection on 3 sides. So if you want to go all the way around, that's going to be like 5, 6, 7 minutes waiting at crosswalks. It's oh my god! But that's for maybe a different podcast about our transportation nightmares here in San Diego. I think there's one other action that we had that I would really want to highlight, and this was about related to a postdoc. So maybe Tyler can kind of fill in the details about the action we had for the that postdoc student. I'm blanking on her name, but Tyler, would we maybe be able to talk about?
There's been so many postdocs in actions. So this is a really horrible case where someone who, had brought up that there was data ethics issues in their lab, which obviously, as any postdoc or graduate student, telling your boss that they're doing something wrong never goes well. But this person was bringing up this issue. This person also was pregnant. And at that point, the person, once they found out that this person was pregnant, had decided, oh, well, you need to leave by the end of the year, which would make it to where the person would get deported, because this was an international scholar, in their 3rd trimester, in January. And so it was a horrible case.
Income or insurance during her 3rd trimester.
Yeah. And so, Alex, if you have a good memory of the action, I'll let you speak about it, because it was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty great. We got a ton of people to rally in the health sciences area of campus. People essentially set up little mini pickets of the relevant buildings, basically not blocking the entrance, but making sure everyone who went in knew exactly, why we were there. And what the issue was, and they were eventually towards the end of the day. I wasn't there at that point, but they were able to actually get up to where the chair of her department's office and lab were. And I there was nothing threatening that went on, but I do believe the cops were called nonetheless. And my understanding was, this is just rumor, but he told someone that he really needed them to leave because he had to get to the bathroom and didn't want to talk to the students. So that was a funny part of the story. But they did get him on video because they eventually were able to talk to the chair of the department and got him on video saying, I think this person deserves an extension of their contract. And a day or two later, UCSD did actually award this postdoc an extension of her contract. But yeah, this is an incident that, never would have seen the light of day unless this had been raised, unless we hadn't already had this kind of activist kind of consciousness going on because of the ongoing bargaining, and the postdoc union was able to win kind of, I think, out of a really terrible situation. I think salvage probably one of the best outcome. She'll be able to have her child here and look for new jobs in the meantime to, whatever her family wants to do, extend the visa or go back to their original country. But they have security, some measure of security now, which wouldn't have happened without raising quite a disruption over it.
And I also want to say that this was a postdoc, and the grad students came out to protect a postdoc. So all these invisible lines that the university draws, like obviously there were postdocs there too, but if you think about the number of graduate students, like they are the immune system that has come out and saved a bunch of postdocs through these actions. There was another action with someone that was being let go within 4 months of their employment in an inappropriate way. This person was kind of using their lab as that research mill I talked about, only really hired women postdocs and really did not treat them well, despite doing research in women's health. And the grad students also came out for that, and we got to save that person from getting immediately fired, and they're better off now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's great. I think that solidarity is super important. And it's the only thing that stops university from just rampantly exploiting everyone apart from like 150 people at the very top.
Yeah.
Actually, on that note, can I ask, have y'all been working with, like, I guess, what's the technical name for them? Like the other non-student unions on campus?
Oh, it's like AFT
employee unions.
Yeah.
Yeah, they unfortunately most of the unions don't have sympathy strike or those sorts of things in their contract. If they cannot do an official strike if they're under contract. But yeah, they've definitely been helping in terms of kind of raising consciousness and awareness. I know the ones that have the ability to maybe cancel their classes or use class time to teach about the strike or do things like that have been. They're planning to do that. What's nice as well is this isn't really a union, but there's kind of a non-university affiliated sort of group of faculty who advocate for changes across the entire campus, and they're organizing a very large petition and letter writing campaign from faculty members supporting our action, which I think is really critical because the university won't listen to us, but they may listen to if you get to a critical mass of professors supporting what we're doing. So there's been not universal certainly, but there's been a great deal of solidarity, even coming from some of the people who the university I think has relied on to be more on their side, which is the professors. So it's been,
and if like the faculty association, I think that's pretty awesome because you could imagine that UC doesn't want them to ever unionize, but they obviously see the leaky pipeline where grad students are, either not staying in their programs or postdocs aren't coming. And you just, what you happen to have at the end of that is people that have generational wealth at the end of it who happen to stay in these programs. And I think that's what really motivated the faculty to come out and say something because like UC says, oh, we support equity and diversity, but then they have seen constantly the university not do anything materially to change that.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see the faculty showing up. And again, that's how we fix these things, right? Is by sticking together with solidarity, with organizing. So maybe to finish up, if we talk about what next week's going to look like, or what next week might look like, I guess.
Or I guess it'll be this week by the time this comes out.
Yeah. So what can people look for on the timeline from UCSD?
From the university or from the strike?
From the strike, yeah.
From the strike, yeah. Well, we'll have a number of pickets throughout campus.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly kind of trying to keep them geographically oriented, so everyone from the surrounding buildings just go to one specific spot.
Yep.
We're doing signups, organizing strike pay, all of those sorts of typical things been going on this week. And the walkout begins November 14th for across not just UCSD but all the campuses. So that's our total bargaining unit membership across 3 unions is 48,000 people. Of those, 75% voted on our strikeout vote, 98% voted yes. So we're expecting a pretty significant turnout of that entire membership to be on the picket line. So that will there will be those TAs who are walking out that'll be the first disruption the university feels before they feel the research disruption. They will very clearly see the teaching disruption and exams not taking place, grades not being entered, sections not being taught across every single campus, and that will certainly be something that they will have to deal with, and hopefully the size of the disruption in the first few days will convince them to come to the bargaining table in a reasonable way, and if not, we are prepared to continue until they do.
Nice. Yeah, and the other interesting part about what's going to happen next week is that this is a picket line that is going to be not just including researchers and instructors, but also people that support us. So there's a big conference downtown for a lot of neuroscientists, and it's called SFN. I can't remember what that stands for, but a lot of them are actually coming to the picket line to support us.
Amazing!
That's awesome. I didn't know about that. That's great.
Yeah, I think that's pretty exciting. I didn't know it was in San Diego, but they're going to be here and also vouch for us because UC does we are the leading research group and we contribute to a lot of the research that are at these meetings anyway. There's also going to be it's a child-friendly picket line, and for people with access needs, we're going to have virtual picketing, and you'll see what that looks like. It's still being developed, but I think that's pretty exciting as someone. With a disability myself, it's exciting that other people can contribute to that.
Yeah, it's very cool of you guys to do that. It's very cool. All right, how can people help? How can people support you? How can people find you on the internet?
Yeah, so I think if you want to keep up with the strike news, there's 3 Twitter accounts, the SRU UAW, UAW 5810, and UAW 2865. I think they kind of share a lot of the same content sometimes because we're all kind of doing this together, but that's a good place to keep track of the news. I know there is a link to they've set up a hardship strike fund. I don't have that link off the top of my head.
Yeah, we can put it.
But we can put that in the notes, I guess.
Yeah. You can send it to us later.
And if you go to fairucnow.org, it'll have all the information about what's happening, but also those type of links too. So if you want some context, so it's a pretty good website.
Yeah, and then how about you two personally? Would you like to share your personal Twitters, or do you just want to stick with the organizational ones?
I would love to. I promise I'm not that fun, but mine is Tyler Bell, PhD. That's my tag.
Yeah, and I'm Alex T. Wenzel on Twitter. Once this is over, I'll probably go back to tweeting entirely about my work and pictures of buses.
I love your Twitter, Alex.
Yeah, Alex is a high value follow.
Oh, thank you. You're too kind.
Alex gives live updates about transit, and it's exciting.
You see a train, it's all good. Alex pretty hits that 5-year-old child.
We have pretty electric buses in San Diego now. What can I say?
Yeah. No. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, both of you. I really appreciate it. Best of luck next week. Maybe I'll come up and bring you, I don't know, some soup or a oil can that we can start firing on campus or something.
I would love
it.
Yeah, let's do it. I have one here. Let's do it. I'm down. All right. Yeah. Best of luck, and we'll look forward to hearing what happens.
Thanks so much for talking to us.
Hello, podcast fans. I know you got to the end of the episode and you were thinking, not enough James, not enough strikes, not enough UCSD. So lucky you. I've been up to UC San Diego today, and I've recorded with Tyler and Alex at the strike. And we got some audio of the strike going on as well. It was really amazing, really incredible to see that many people out. Never thought I'd see that at UCSD. So without further ado, here's my interview with them. All right. So I'm here with Tyler and Alex again, this time with more background noise. But we're at the strike now. How many people are here, roughly?
Oh, man, somewhere probably around at least a couple thousand, right now?
Definitely a couple thousand people out here.
It's really impressive. I went to UCSD, if you haven't picked that up yet, and we did not get this many people even when people started hanging nooses around campus. I don't think our protest got this big. So this is genuinely very impressive. And how have things gone so far? What's been happening?
I think things have gone really well so far. This is day 2 as we're recording this that we've been on strike. There has been some progress at the bargaining table that I've heard, but we do know that UC is going to try to drag this out. They think that they can outlast our momentum, but so far as you can really hear from the noise behind us and see all the different, thousands of people converging from all the picket locations across campus that they've been at since 8 in the morning, I think our energy is going strong. What do you think, Tyler?
Yeah, so I think the energy is really strong here today. The UC did not expect us to come on day 2, which we know because at bargaining they canceled our meetings for today. Because they didn't expect us to show up, but somehow, magically, a meeting emerged around 2 o'clock today, and it may be due to the fact that 2,000 people are out here pretty pissed and want a fair contract. But yeah, I think the momentum is pretty high. We actually did more disruption today, going directly talking to the deans and the faculty and screaming in their offices as they sat really comfy. But
I would say, yeah, first floor seminars didn't go well today. I'll put it that way.
Nice. All right. There was something that I know both of you had posted about intimidation and unfair labor practices. Are you comfortable talking about that, even in vague terms?
Yeah, I can talk in generalities. There's the labor law that governs us is a little bit complicated because some of us also receive course credit for the work that we do that is protected under activity that protects our strike activity, which is a little bit of an anti-labor practice in and of itself. There's no reason I have to sign up for 12 credits of just existing doing work. That doesn't make any particular sense, but it's the way the university run things. So there has been some emails that are sent out that are of questionable legal correctness as to whether we can be hurt in terms of our academic standing for participating on the strike. That is definitely not true. If the activity that's governed under the what our union is representing us for. So we know we've had some issues with that. Tyler, I guess you could talk about maybe some other examples that have come out.
So on the postdoc side, right now the university has released an FAQ of sorts in an email where it says, oh, well, you'll have to tell the NIH that your postdocs aren't doing research and that their funding needs to get pulled. But that's kind of a joke. There's no reporting mechanism for that. It's more like a stipend for a living. So we're telling people just to stay strong, and people see kind of past the threat that they're making, and a lot of faculty see through it too.
Is that okay?
Huh?
No, we've just intercepted you when you're going somewhere else.
That's all right, I'm here.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
All right, so I'm Vidya, I'm a postdoc. I'm pretty new. In UCSD, I joined in April, and I came here having already done another postdoc and a PhD in Europe. I joined the union almost instantly when I came here, since I was basically horrified, for lack of a better way to put it. So I studied in the EU for 10 years, and my experience of academia is what I experienced there, which was decent working conditions, being able to save money, not having to spend 50% of your salary on rent. So when I came here and experienced postdoc life, I couldn't believe it. So I believe I met Tyler when I came here for the first time, and we did this orientation. That was awesome. And also horrifying at the same time. Sorry. It was awesome to meet you because I realized it was then that I learned how a labor union worked. My knowledge of labor unions was minimal up until the point that I moved here. So minimal that I didn't even know what labor unions in the EU functioned like until I came here and realized, oh my God, we are actually lucky to have a union that supports postdocs. And this is not the case in a lot of places in the US.
Yeah, that's true. So how has the strike action gone so far, from your perspective?
It's been crazy. We've been planning this for so long. It's a bit surreal to be part of it. I think it's been going great. It's been very energizing, and it's been intense. Yeah, it's hard, right? None of us really want to be out here and strike, and the fact that so many people are putting work on hold just speaks to the intensity and seriousness of the problem and what we're striking for.
Yeah. I think that's very true. It's really impressive how many people are here. I can't overemphasize that.
Yeah.
For some time. Yeah, very impressive. So what's the outlook? Do you guys know how the bargaining has gone and what we can expect from here?
Well, what we would like would be for the UC to meet us at the bargaining table and give us a fair contract. But repeating that ad infinitum while we withhold labor is the plan thus far. But what's actually been happening is the UC just hasn't been paying fair, as you know. Yeah, it's been infuriating for me. It makes me very angry.
It is very surreal, especially I think if you're used to a sort of more sane labor context, to see them just like gaslighting and lying and doing what on the face of it is illegal stuff.
It's disrespectful is what I feel. Yeah.
And it maybe illustrates sort of what they see postdocs and grad students as in economic terms.
Yeah, as a workforce whose rights are not to be valued to do a bulk of the work, it's very disrespectful.
Yeah, no, I think it certainly speaks to, like I said earlier, they're trying to outlast us, and they think that we will reach a certain point where we no longer feel like we can avoid our work, that we can stay out here. And I think you would think that if that's their strategy, they would realize that we are in a point of desperation, we are in a point of precarity, where we really need wages and compensation and workplace protections that meet the current economic situation that we live in, because right now that's not what we have.
And currently at the bargaining table, they're kind of putting a lot of our labor reps into like something that looks like jigsaw like type trap rooms where they have only fluorescent lighting and no windows, and then them not knowing whether or not they have to get a flight back because they're not going to meet with them that day. Them saying that they haven't reserved rooms, even though that they have so much power. Who's taking up a room from them? To meet with them and actually come up with some proposals.
I got an update that admin wasn't bargaining because they couldn't reserve a room? What does that mean? There's 48,000 people on strike. The entire system isn't working. What do you mean? It's your rooms also. You own the rooms. That was a fascinating update. I'm sorry. I just had to mention something about that.
So that's just all we have to know right now is that they keep canceling meetings, adding meetings. They're kind of just waiting us out to see how long we'll actually be on strike and whether or not we actually care about our contracts, which I think you being here today, you see how many people are out. No one's going to leave this picket line throughout the week. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's basically it. People aren't going to leave the picket line. And the energy is awesome because people are fed up. People are fed up. People are fed up of being poor and homeless. And this is not why we come to grad school, right? I mean, I was very fortunate to have a good grad school experience, and that's why I'm still in academia. But a majority of the people who come to the university, spending savings, I know people with student loans back from India who are here to do a master's and are TAing, doing research, killing themselves because they had a dream. They literally moved across the world to come here following a dream and are ending up being broke. And that's heartbreaking from a university as big as this. Nobody deserves to be treated this way. And I think everybody here is feeling it.
If you go to fairucnow.org, there's a link to a strike fund right now, a hardship fund, and people can donate to that any amount they want to. And there's also, we're taking donations to actually feed people out here. So if people have questions about that, they can just email the links at that website. Yeah.
Can people show up to the picket to help too? Like, would you like people to?
People are very, very welcome to show up to the picket line to come help. All help is appreciated. You want to join us, you want to chant, you want to bring supplies, we'll be there. This is across all 10 UC campuses. If you're near a picket line, if you want to show support and solidarity, come join us.
Yeah, the virtual picketing is still happening, and what they've been actually doing is making sure people get here and know where to go, since picketing is so transient. Like, we're literally moving building to building as it's needed, and they're doing the calls for us and directing us. So, which is a wild thing, but also the other thing is just people retweeting everything that we post, making sure that no one can silence us, because that's what UC wants.
Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for giving us this platform. The awareness is really critical to make sure the UC can't ignore us, so thank you so much for coming.
For period protection you can put on and forget about, nothing beats NYX leak-proof underwear. North America's #1 leak-proof underwear brand. Let's face it, life can be unpredictable, but your leak-proof underwear shouldn't be. That's why millions of people choose NYX. For periods, for light leaks, for everyday freshness. NYX undies are super comfy, super absorbent, and made to handle whatever your day throws at you. Day 2 of your period? Covered. Your daily run? No problem. That big sneeze? You know the one. Yep, we've got you. And with styles like bikinis, boy shorts, thongs, and high-rise, plus sizes from extra small to 4XL, Knix makes it easy to find your perfect fit. Say goodbye to stress and leaks and say hello to undies that work just as hard as you do, no matter the leak. Find the style and level of protection you want at Knix.com and use code FLOW15 for 15% off. That's KNIX.com, code FLOW15 for 15% off. Knix, for your leaks, for your life.
This is Radhi Devlukia from A Really Good Cry. I absolutely love getting outside, whether it's a quick walk or a mindful few steps between meetings, or even a longer run to just clear my head. But the one thing that can really ruin that for me is shoes that just don't feel right. That's why I started wearing Altra running. With the Altra Fit, every step feels comfortable, balanced, and strong, like my feet can finally move freely. What really stood out to me was the roomy toe box. My toes actually now have room to spread out, which makes movement feel more natural and comfortable. And when your feet aren't cramped, you feel more balanced, like every step has a strong, stable foundation. I've noticed that with extra space, my foot muscles get to work building strength, so I can actually move with more confidence. Altra fits and moves with you no matter your pace or your goals. Beginner or marathon runner, they've really become my go-to for any kind of running or training, and I always feel like my feet can do exactly what they're meant to do. Feel the difference by visiting ultrarunning.com and use my code CRY10 for 10% off. That's Altra, A-L-T-R-A, running.com. Experience Altra and stay out there.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Let's talk about modern home shopping. It's sort of become a fun side hobby, right? Scrolling listings at night, dreaming about kitchens you've never seen, or backyards you haven't even stepped foot in, all from the comfort of pretty much anywhere. Redfin knows a lot of people like you want to own, but are stuck in this browsing mode loop. That's where Redfin flips the script. With listings that update within minutes and tours you can book right from the Redfin app, you can see your dream home the moment it appears. Now, liking a listing is easy, but actually landing it, that's where Redfin comes in. Redfin has over 2,200 agents with local expertise. And Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. That means they want to help you win, not just window shop. Redfin is built to help you go from just looking to wait, this could actually be home. So become the newest neighbor on the block. Visit redfin.com to start finding and start owning. That's redfin.com.
It's the podcast. It Could Happen Here. It is about something that could happen here, very specifically. I'm Christopher Wong. I'm here with James Stout and Garrison Davis. Hello to you both.
Hello.
Hi.
We all joined the Zoom call. That did happen here, and
It
that's the
did.
show, everybody. All right.
Okay, so that's the thing that did happen here. Now we're going to talk about something that could happen here. And that specific thing is a call by 2 Harvard academics to hire 500,000 more cops.
Nope.
So, okay, I don't know when this is going to go up, but sometime in the past, there was a piece that went viral by civil rights lawyer and anti-prison activist turned media critic Alec Karakatanis about a pair of Harvard academics, who wrote this article calling for 500,000 more cops. And this is, okay, like, the fact that we have academics writing position papers, basically, that are calling for 500,000 more cops is terrifying in and of itself.
but crime is at a record high.
Garrison, you are about to see shit.
Oh, okay.
You're about to see and hear shit that is gonna make your fucking ears bleed, because it's not just like, okay, normally these are Harvard academics, right? So you're assuming these are like right wing NatSec ghouls, right, or like the equivalent in the sort of like, these are not. This was written by a socialist, and when I say a socialist, right, like. I don't mean a sort of like one of the sort of like terminally online desperate cranks trying to hold together like a Maoist microsect. I'm talking about people who are incredibly well connected inside the mainstream socialist left. So the authors of this call for 500,000 more cops are Christopher Lewis, who is a Harvard law professor who makes me embarrassed to have my own name, and more interestingly, Harvard sociology professor Adener Usumi. So who is Adener Usumi? He is on the board. He's on the editorial board of Catalyst, which is a Marxist. Okay, do either of you two know what Catalyst is?
Yeah.
Besides the sequel to the Mirror's Edge original game, no, I don't.
Yeah. Okay. So they're a Marxist magazine. They're supposed to be a more sort of theoretical Marxist magazine founded by a guy named Vivek Chibber, who's a pretty influential sort of like Socdem Marxist who can be found. Literally in any of the last like 5 decades, you can find him yelling about the cultural turn in academia and calling for a return to political economy.
The cultural turn.
Yeah.
Is that a quote?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that is a quote.
He's been yelling about this for decades. Longer. I think he's been yelling about this for longer than I've been alive.
Oh God.
Like, that's how long this has been going on.
People have definitely been like kvetching about the cultural turn for longer than any of us have been alive.
Yeah, and
they've been wrong for that entire time.
Yeah. And Chibber's like one of the guys who trained Usumi in the first place. Now, Catalyst's other major founder is much more famous. And that's someone you probably have heard of, who is one Bhaskar Sunkara, who is the current president of the nation and also the founder of Jacobin, and this is where it gets fun. Usumi, also on the editorial board of Jacobin. This is the guy caring for 500,000 more cops, right? This isn't coming from the usual sort of like rabid reactionaries. This is coming from people who have serious credentials in the mainstream socialist left. And, okay, so, all right, I want to talk about what's actually in the paper. And the first thing I need everyone to understand about this from the get-go is that this is maybe the worst paper I've ever read. Like, if I had tried to turn this paper in to my, like, freshman, into like an undergrad lit class, I would have failed. Like, when I was in my freshman year in college, I had to read biblical analysis written by a freshman Ted Cruz supporter who was arguing that there was a problem in the Bible where there was no way for God to talk to people. This is worse than that.
Let me introduce you to the Quran.
How is it worse, Chris?
Okay, so let's just start off right. I'm gonna start off with a random part in the middle so you understand how just mind-numbingly atrocious this is. Okay, so I'm gonna read this. This is an article called, and I'm not kidding about the title of this.
Yeah.
Quote: "The Injustice of Under-Policing in America." Yeah, so we're starting off great.
This.
We're starting off great.
Both of them wrote this article.
So, but like, actually, yeah. So before we get into the actual main argument, I'm just going to read this quote, which is,
all right, let's hear it.
"Even if our answers prove unsound, we hope that the combination of empirical social science and analytic moral and political philosophy we contribute can help eliminate what alternative answers to those questions might have to look like to be sound." Which, first off, terrible
the immortal
writing.
Science of Marxist-Leninism.
This is I would prefer the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism. This is awful. Like, send this writing terrible. Send it back to an editor. Give them a decade. They'll come back with it. Second off, I literally cannot imagine two disciplines I would like rather less apply to the problem of mass incarceration than those. Like, these authors have dared ask the question, what if we combined the bone-rattling stupidity of analytic philosophy with a sociologist's complete inability to do statistics? And the answer is this. And when I say complete inability to do statistics, right, I need people to understand how bad this article is. right? Like I viscerally need you to understand. So okay, here is a quote. Here is another section of this article. But while firearm availability no doubt has some impact on the level of violence, we think the effect is likely to be small. A large effect would be difficult to square with other patterns across place, persons, and time. Consider, for example, that while the United States has 10 times as many guns as El Salvador, the homicide rate there is roughly 10 times higher than it is here. Now, stats knowers, think for a second about what they just compared, right? The United States has 10 times as many guns. The homicide rate in El Salvador is 10 times higher, right?
Famously,
think about
countries
this for
with a
second.
similar population.
Yeah. Think about, okay, what does the U.S. have more of than El Salvador?
Guns. That's it. That's the only
No,
thing.
we have more guns, but we also have 50 times the population. The
Not
U.S. has
relevant.
331 million people. El Salvador is 6.5 million people, which means, again, if you're looking at this in terms of guns per capita, right?
Yep.
El Salvador's guns per capita is actually 5 times higher than ours.
Oh, wow. That's quite impressive.
Yeah. And
From a financial perspective, because we have a lot of guns.
Yeah. Right. And okay. Again, if you're going to do basic statistics, right, you would think that these professors at Harvard University would know the difference between a rate of gun ownership and the pure ownership of guns. They do not.
Number.
They do not.
Do they not, or have they decided that they're going to pretend they don't?
Okay, here's the thing. Going into this, right, I assumed this was just sort of pure hack shit. And I think a lot of it is. I think they also are genuinely this dumb. Like, it's really incredible. Like, I mean, again, like, the thing... Like the thing they've actually demonstrated with their own numbers is precisely the opposite of what they're arguing. The thing they've demonstrated with the numbers they have given us is that there is a correlation between gun ownership rate and the homicide rate, right? Like they're trying to. This entire section is about proving that that the number of guns doesn't. Like this isn't even like. This isn't me like I don't like this is not like me yelling about gun control or whatever. Like this is just to get you to understand the level of statistics these people are on. And also, I should point this out. I tracked down their citation because I wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding their argument, right? So I tracked down their citation on these numbers and I went to the paper they cited. And the thing they cited does not have gun ownership numbers for El Salvador. So I have no idea where they're getting any of these numbers. They quite possibly have pulled this out of their ass completely because and apparently nobody checked if their citations actually contain the things that they're supposed to.
This is what I wanted to talk about. There is a thing that happens when you get tenure or you become a professor at a very established university, and that thing is you just say shit and people trust you. Like we've seen this time and again in the academy, right? That like peer review is not serving its function because like the status hierarchy of people in academia is more important to both the peer reviewers and the people doing the writing than the actual process of peer review.
Yeah.
Their citations are, this is an interesting, I don't know, they've like made the capital letters larger. They use a small arms survey, I guess, for that. I'm just looking at it.
The small arms survey, it doesn't have those numbers. It's amazing.
Oh, God.
Okay, so we've established that these people are absolute hacks whose work would have gotten me failed out of an undergrad course. Though to be fair, maybe it's actually it's technically possible that University of Chicago just holds its students to more rigorous standards than Harvard or MIT, whose journal published this, does their intellectuals. So you never know.
This is also why I never use Jacobin as a source on the show.
Yeah. Also, because they pay $50 per article, and that
Jesus
shit is way out of order. Yeah, Jacobin, not a cool publication, actually. Not mega-based. Pay your workers if you're pretending to be socialist.
Yeah, if you're trying to be like a labor...
Well, I mean, here's Bhaskar Sankara is on the record talking about his quote petite bourgeois hustle, talking about how he made Jacobin. So okay, we'll get back to the class aspect of all of this next episode. But okay, let's go back to this paper and let's take a second to look at what they're actually arguing.
All right.
And the first thing I need you to understand about their argument is that the entire substantive argument of this paper hinges on an absolutely enormous lie. Here, let me quote this lie. Yet it also illustrates the much less well-known fact that America is not an outlier in its rate of policing. The United States has around 212 police officers for every 100,000 total residents, which ranks it in the 41st percentile of today's developed world. Now, as Alec Karakatanis points out, they've deliberately picked the lowest number of cops they can find the lowest reported number of cops in the US they can find anywhere. And so they picked 697,000 from basically they picked this number from an FBI reporting thing, but the FBI also says that they don't have all the cops there because it's basically like a voluntary reporting thing. So there's a bunch of cops that aren't there. And then here's from Karakatanis, who's a piece about this quote. The professor then admitted privately over email that the U.S. census count is actually 1,227,788 police. That's 76% higher than the number they chose to use in their public article. What is the significance of this? Using this number, they admitted to me, the United States truthfully has 1.1 times the median rate in rich countries. So they admit over email that they have this whole article is based on them lying about how many cops there are in the US. And it's actually way worse than this because as he points out, right, this number, the number that they're using only tracks public police. So that doesn't count private police, and if you count private police, that number doubles again.
It's not like there's private police in America, though.
In America. No, there's no private cops, right? And the other thing this doesn't count is this counts 0 federal agencies.
I was gonna say, I bet it doesn't count federal agency. Yep.
Does it count like state police even?
Okay. Sheriff deputies?
I don't know if it counts sheriffs.
Does it count sheriffs?
It might.
Because they're not police. They're deputies. They're different. A highway patrol?
I mean, who's to say? All of the research going to this is incredibly dubious anyway.
Yeah, we spent more time on this than they have already.
Yeah, right. And, okay, like to get an understanding of this, even if you exclude the feds entirely, right? If you exclude, and again, and this is actually a bad idea because again, we have like a fucking trillion federal agencies. For example, ICE and the Border Patrol, who again run just another police state inside of the American police state, right? We have that, and obviously, okay, so he's comparing our level of policing to policing in like European countries, right? And okay, I don't want to minimize how many border cops European countries have, but the U.S. has way fucking more border cops than they do. It is not comparable
at all.
They do horrible things. I will yell until the end of time about how every Frontex member needs to be like redacted, etc. parody, but like. No,
great
but,
work.
But even if you cut that out, right? The actual number of cops in the U.S. is 3 times higher than the number they've given us. Actually, it might be more. Yeah. So okay.
I feel like there's anything that we can agree on as a nation is that America kind of has a lot of police. Mm-hmm. That's like what everyone kind of knows. That's like people in Europe are like, yeah, America, the place with like the really really militarized and heavy policing.
Yeah, as a person who moved to America, it is shocking how many cops there are, how many different cops there are, and how there are cops everywhere all the time. It is the thing that is very different about America.
Oh God. Okay, so all right.
They may have used Statista to get that number.
Quite possibly.
This
is the most half-ass shit.
Yeah, I would absolutely. If one of my students in community college did this, we'd have a talk.
Okay. So, do you know what else is based on the myth of under-policing?
These adverts for private cops.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Federal Protective Service gets them.
All right, we're back. Okay, so, all right. We've established that this argument is built on a pile of lies. However, the actual content of the argument is also really funny and completely incomprehensible. So their argument is that somehow, if the U.S. had more cops, right, and if the ratio of cops to people, like that the U.S. had was like in line with the European countries, that somehow. And they never have a mechanism for how this would happen. This would somehow lower the incarceration rate.
I think the mechanism is line. red line.
That's what everyone says, is that when you have more police, it lowers incarceration rates.
Yeah, yeah. The entire argument here is, what if the U.S. was like Sweden? Then there would be 500,000 more cops, but somehow also 1.9 million less prisoners. So
yeah, well, that's the only thing that's different between us and Sweden is the cops. They have more cops.
Oh God. Okay, so why are socialists pushing for this, and especially socialists? And again, as these are people who, in their article, admit that they think the best way to deal with poverty and with crime is welfare programs, not mass incarceration. So okay, so why are they pushing for this? And the initial answer is that they think they can reduce crime, specifically homicides, by increasing policing. And they think they can do this.
Which, to be fair, is an opinion that I would say at this point probably the majority of Americans have.
Maybe I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if that's true.
I think you may be a little bit further out of the Overton window.
Maybe a
majority of Americans, I think, do believe that if there's a few more cops, maybe we'll have a few less murders.
I don't know. We'll see about that. But okay, the other thing though that's sort of like amazing about this, right, is that they think, okay, so they think they can cut the homicide rate by hiring more police. They also think that hiring more police will solve the problem with policing, because the problem with police is that the police don't do enough, and so we need more of them.
I mean,
and then also this will make them less violent.
I mean, this is even like the whole like Joe Biden, like, oh, we can't defund the police. We have to fund the police. We have to give them more resources.
Yeah. Bernie Sanders also made this argument.
If they have less resources, then that means they'll have to use more violence, and it's that style of argument.
Yeah, it's
great. A neoliberal talking point.
Yeah, but what's interesting about this again is that these people nominally are socialists. And in order to justify this, right, they argue that while being in prison is bad, and then they list a bunch of consequences of being in prison. Okay. Being in a neighborhood with high crime is also as bad for the same reason. They are literally arguing that being in a place with crime is basically the same as being in prison.
Yeah, big time prison understanders, the old Harvard professors.
Like I look, okay, there are very few people I would ever say this to.
Still in the panopticon, Garrison.
Look, I hope these people get to do ethnography of this one day. Like I hope they get to go study what the inside of a prison is like.
Some participant observation.
Yeah, I hope they get to go do this. Like there are lines in this article. Like here is a random line I've pulled from this article. They say at one point, quote, "In fact, black people seem to be underrepresented among those who report ever having been arrested in their lifetimes."
What? Wait, all right. Hold on.
That is a direct quote.
Citation needed? What are they?
They've done some absolutely insane. Like, I'm not actually going to dignify them by laying out the stats bullshit that they've attempted to justify this. Like, we have already seen what their stats look like, right?
Because, like,
their stats are trying to compare a rate to a
false.
number. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah. It's completely nuts.
That's the one thing that even like racist like Republicans like know is like they'll be like, yeah, there's more because I don't like black people, and you're like, that's not why, but whatever.
Yeah, I'm just reading this paragraph now, and it is actually it is pretty bad.
So okay, so we have established this is bullshit, right? I want to read a kind of long section that I think gives the game away as to why they're arguing this. Mm-hmm. Quote, "We think in the long run, a significant expansion of social policy would reduce crime by addressing its root causes and in turn reduce the need and demand for both policing and imprisonment."
Okay.
In other work, this is true.
I would say probably true.
Yeah. In other work, we argue that any coherent conception of distributive justice or economic efficiency entails that the United States should expand its social policy. But a significant expansion of social policy requires significant redistribution from rich to poor. Redistribution of this magnitude would require the poor to wield some kind of leverage over the rich. Given the collapse of the American labor movement and the electoral fracturing of the American working class, we doubt we will see anything like this soon. Our aim in this essay is to say something useful about what should be done in the non-ideal world in which we live, not just in the ideal world in which we would like to live.
What
to
a
say,
weird
to say something.
argument.
Hold on. Wait, let me read this next sentence.
Yeah.
It gets worse. Okay. To say something about that question, we limit ourselves to options that are revenue neutral. These are socialists.
That's so bizarre.
I think they may have walked outside of
They've
the
just
big
given
tent
up.
of
Yeah, like
socialism.
they've we'll get to this. So there's actually more of this that is also like
they're like
nuts. It keeps going.
We can never have a better world. And you know what that means? Is that we should instead just have more police.
Yeah. No. Here
world.
is their defense of this. But why consider only prisons and police? Why couldn't the government redistribute the existing pool of money from prisons and police to social program policy?
So true.
As many reformers have demanded.
We
argue in What's Wrong with Mass Incarceration, which is a book that they're going to release that I hope nobody buys.
I don't trust
I
them
hope gets
to
them arrested.
make a book about mass incarceration
This book is
now.
awful. This is because social policy is bedeviled by what we call the efficiency feasibility paradox. To address the root causes of crime would be meaningfully to change the opportunity structure for the most disadvantaged people in America. To do this by expanding untargeted universal social programs would require significant resources, since the vast majority of beneficiaries are not America's most disadvantaged people. Because penal spending is hyper-targeted in a way that social spending is not. It costs about $300 billion a year to run the world's most extensive penal state, but something like $3 trillion to run its most anemic welfare state. We admit there are significant... This is a slightly later paragraph. We admit there are significant obstacles to changing the balance that state and local governments strike between the arms of law enforcement. There are, after all, reasons that the United States has involved its present-day penal balance. But our view is that the first world balance... So the first world balance is the thing they're talking about that, like, supposedly Norway has or some shit, where they have more cops, but, like, per capita, but less people incarcerated. But our view is that the first world balance is nonetheless substantially more feasible than any of the kinds of things that reformers tend to demand today. In the highly unequal oligarchic America in which we live at present, calls to reallocate a fixed pool of revenue will meet with less powerful opposition than calls to tax the rich. That is why we assume it is infeasible to expect the United States to build a generous welfare state in the mold of the Scandinavian social democracies. Proposals to use hyper-targeted social policy to adjust the root causes of crime are similarly infeasible. As we have argued, to be efficient, a social policy intervention must meaningfully transform the opportunity structures of those most likely to commit crime.
I mean,
yet an intervention that transforms the structures of opportunity only those in this position will upend the effective incentive structure of unequal societies, thus gumming up the economy and eliciting political opposition.
I mean, so here's the thing: is that in some ways, I agree that the United States won't get better by making social policies within my lifetime. But my solution to this is a legalist lifestyleism, not hiring more cops.
Well, don't worry. There is a significant section of this where they shit on anarchism.
Oh yeah, well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
This is what fucking happens when all your friends are also Harvard professors. You give up on real fucking people because you don't fucking talk to them.
And they're like, oh, well, it's obviously written by somebody who's currently like well off. Like they're currently doing well, which is why because they don't think the world's going to turn into a socialist utopia, but they're personally doing okay. The way to make the world feel better for them is maybe more police will make me feel safer. Like that's what they're doing, is because they're already well off and they're like, well, social change isn't coming. I want to live a happier life. Maybe police will keep the bad people away from me.
Yeah, because they see poverty as an issue of poverty is upstream of crime, and crime is a fucking annoyance to them because someone might steal their fucking BMW.
Well, no, it's worse than, again, crime, living in a place with crime is the same as being in prison. This is the argument.
Because you cannot conceive, because it's a socialism without fucking empathy or experience of fucking poverty, right? So you can make these ludicrous statements, and all your friends in the smoking room at Harvard will agree with you. Go ho-hum, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing.
Very frustrating.
Like they fundamentally, like when Bernie lost the election, these people gave up on politics, right? Like that's what's happening. They're arguing that like not even just like the class struggle is unwinnable. They're arguing that basic liberal politics is impossible.
Yes,
right. Like taxing the rich like is a thing that's not like a radical thing. That's like the basic. That's like a basic Democratic Party thing, and they're arguing that it's so impossible that anyone who has a plan to change anything has to pre-means test it to be compliant with a non-existent balanced budget amendment to get the right to support it.
Like Liz Truss here shit. Like
this was written by one of the people on the editorial board of Jacobin.
Yeah, well, that doesn't shock me, but it is very funny to look at their citations, which are like about 80% people being like, "This article is horseshit." And then like cop publications, just being like, yeah, let's go.
So having actually, well, okay. So before we do, we should do another ad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who else has completely abandoned the idea that there's any possibility of social change in the world?
The Conservative Party and Unionist Party of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
Do they
we are
sponsor the show?
by, I guess now we're going to take their money and give it to the
good
IRA.
For us.
Yep. Thank you, Rishi Sunak.
And okay, we're back. So having abandoned politics in favor of complete capitulation to the forces of reaction, they turn towards a cost-benefit analysis of having more cops. The benefit they argue is less crime, and this is bullshit. There is no statistical evidence that having more cops reduces crime. I have done like. There are other reasons why this is bullshit. I have done entire series about.
There is a lot of writing on this topic and how this correlation is not actually effective. But
yeah, it's also like a very important thing here is this is a thing that's about what kind of crime you care about, right? Like I have written an entire series about the times when my police department was literally being run by multiple drug cartels at the same time, when they strapped dudes to fucking radiators and attached their balls to car batteries. They shot children into the street. They disappeared people to be tortured into fucking black sites. And then they went to fucking Iraq to teach the CIA how to do it. Like these people, the cops they are rapists, they are kidnappers, they are extortionists, they are thieves, they are torturers, they are murderers. A lot of them are in literal neo-Nazi gangs who run their own serial killer competitions. None of this appears in any of the analysis that these dipshits have compiled. And
you don't want the old cultural turn to get involved. You
just
look at the material conditions here.
Yeah. The material conditions apparently are cop go up, crime go down, which it's also important. Like, I think it's important to note that there's a really good article, I think it was by M+1, called Raise the Crime Rate. This is from like 2006. But they have this point, which is that like the reductions in the crime rate that we like see insofar as they happen are not actually reductions in the amount of crime going on. Like, what's happening is that, like, we put people in prison and then the crime happens to them there, right? Like, even if you reduce the homicide rate outside of prison, there's still the homicide rate inside of prison, which nobody fucking gives a shit about. And, because again, this crime doesn't go away. All that happens is that it gets intensified and inflicted on a group of people the American public doesn't give a shit about. So, all of the violence, all of the rape, all of the fucking murder, all of the theft, all of the shit we normally throw people in prison for, in theory, is just happening to people inside of prisons. It's just that academics can stop pretending to give a shit about it when they don't have to see it.
Yeah. Where I live, right, we just re-elected a sheriff who has overseen 19 deaths in jail this year in San Diego, right? But that is not seen as an issue, evidently, to the people who voted for her, to the Democratic Party who endorsed her. And instead, they would much rather have that because they're presumably worried that the person who ran against her in the primaries would be too soft on crime, and therefore, their Teslas might get keyed.
Yeah. So, okay, let's look at the supposed benefits.
Let's. I get.
Sorry. Those are the benefits. Let's look at the costs. Quote,
okay.
Finally, consider the cost of policing. On the one hand, a world of more policing would, perhaps unsurprisingly, be a world of more arrests. Based on recent work by Chafflin, our best guess is that the first world balance would be a world of almost 7.8 million arrests. What? On the other hand, okay, this is a direct quote, by the way. I need everyone to understand I am directly quoting them when I say this. On the other hand, for the somewhat speculative reasons we gave earlier, we guess that a world of more policing would be one of less police violence, about 900 fewer people killed by the police.
Based on what?
A miracle occurs. That's how, James. A miracle occurs.
Well,
more cops that do less violence.
Yep. Yeah, it makes sense.
If you were, for example, a social scientist, right, at all, you could look at all of the other times the U.S. has gotten more cops and tried to see if that increased or decreased the amount of violence the police do.
No,
and
these
but
guys
they
have
don't do
drawn
that.
a line. They've drawn a line. It's all good. I do want to draw attention to figure 1, where they have exactly one data point, and then they've just drawn a line to it. From where the axes intersect to the data point, and just been line, we've got a line.
This whole thing is just sort of okay, so even if somehow, right, by some miracle, this occurred and less people were killed by the police, were killed by police violence because there was more cops, which this is the kind of thing that for the purposes of this thought experiment, right, we are allowing people to believe this, for the same reason that we allow children to believe in the Easter Bunny. Assuming this is real.
Hold up. Kids don't believe in the Easter Bunny. I
have met kids who believed in the Easter Bunny.
I understand believing in Santa, but do people actually believe in the Easter Bunny as
Not
a
many.
character?
Not many, but also
right.
most people don't believe the police will be more violent if will be less violent if you have more of them.
How about the Tooth Fairy? The Tooth Fairy was
let's let them believe this, right? This entire argument hinges on the theory that incarceration and arrest are distinct outcomes of policing, right? They're arguing that there's going to be more arrest, but that's okay because there will be less people in prison. Now, there is one tiny problem here that you may have seen, which is that when you arrest people, it leads to people going to prison. Nowhere in this entire article have these two Harvard professors at any point considered the fact that when you arrest someone, they sometimes go to prison, and that arresting more people will mean more people go to prison because that's what happens when you arrest someone. They've never considered this. And in fact, not only have they never considered this, they seem to believe that there is an inverse correlation between the number of people getting arrested and how many people go to prison. They think that 7,800,000 more arrests will somehow lead to 1.2 million people less in prison.
What
the fuck? What?
People in this country die in between arrest and their hearing, right? In between arrest and having a fair trial. To ignore that, it's not just it's not just wrong, it's callously cruel. Also, they appear to have not looked at any point at the opportunity cost of having all these cops, right?
Yep.
We pay cops a metric shit ton of money because they're the only unions that apparently the state cares about. And we could do something useful with that money, right?
The thing they claim they're doing is that they're going to fund less prisons and fund more cops, and this will lead to less people being in prison. Now, if this doesn't make any sense to you, that's because it doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah. And again, we have to come back to the question: what do you think happens to people who get arrested? Do these people think they get sent on vacation to Tahiti? I know none of the people writing this have been arrested, but you can't be this stupid. There's no way. God. So, okay, I'm going to close on some stuff here, which I'm going to close on the sort of anarchist stuff that they're ranting about. I'm going to read another quote from this. Some civil libertarians might prefer radical decarceration without any increase or perhaps even some reduction in police force size, on the grounds that state-imposed violence or harm is morally different from and worse than interpersonal violence committed by private individuals. An extreme version of this position would hold that no amount of interpersonal violence could ever justify the use of coercive force by the state. But any state completely lacking in coercive power would be unable to enforce tax law and policy and thus unable to collect revenue. Without revenue, the government could not provide public goods or a social safety net. Which also, by the way, I want to stop here and point out that in any other context, none of these people believe this because these people are all neo-chartalists, they're all MMT people, and so they don't actually believe that money that they in any other context except this one, they understand that money is something created by the state. Except here. Yeah. Where they have to justify police. Without revenue, governments cannot provide public goods or a social safety net. So this extreme version of civil libertarianism is essentially a kind of political anarchism. And we doubt many are in fact committed to this brand of anarchism. So, okay, let's unpack this a second. When they say civil libertarianism here, what they say is that anyone who proposes to defund the police or reduce the number of people in prison, right? In the next paragraph, they argue that anyone who wants to do those things is actually in favor of increasing the homicide rate because when there's less cops, then, quote, serious crime runs unchecked in poor neighborhoods, which leaves you with two choices, right? You can be an quote unquote anarchist and let the crime happen because you supported decreasing the number of cops, or you can support having more cops.
Yeah, it's just an absurd extrapolation of a position.
Yeah, well, but it's not just that. What they're doing here is they're giving their entire game away, right? What they've admitted is that their ideal society requires, and this is what they are saying about the state's need for coercive power, right? With their own argument, the coercive power they need is the police. And so what they are saying is that their politics requires an entire class of rapist neo-Nazi murderers to enforce their vision of the welfare state. Like, in order for there to be a welfare state, there have to be a bunch of people who can fucking walk into your door and shoot you. Right? There have to be a group of people who can fucking stand there, grab your child, smash their head into a wall 15 times, and then fucking grab you and throw you through a window. Right? This is what they are arguing. And this begs the question, okay, so why do these people want more cops? And, the caricature they offer up is that without cops, everyone will just murder each other, and so we need neo-Nazi death squads to stop us all from murdering each other. But, okay, that's stupid, right? Like, self-evidently, police are not that old. They've only been around for 200 years. So we know that's not true. So why do they actually want more cops? And, something that's very interesting, given that this is an article about the police that is written by people who are on the editorial board of socialist magazines. Nowhere in this article does it mention the fact that the cops exist to protect private property. Right? This is a huge part of what their existence, right? Their job is to ensure that there is one class of people who owns the factories and the fields and the grocery stores and the fast food chains and the fucking car dealerships, and that there is another class who is forced to work for them and have their labor stolen every day of their lives. And of course, these sort of faux pro-cop faux social democrats will never mention it, right? But these people's version of quote unquote socialism is one in which all that shit, all the stuff that makes things, all of the businesses, all of the corporations, all of that shit is owned by capitalists and not the working class. They need those cops specifically to protect the property of the ruling class from you, right? That is ultimately what this is about. The specter of crime, and this is true whether it's coming from socialists or whether it's coming from the most unbelievably deranged Blue Lives Matter cop freak. It is about stopping you from taking what is yours. And that's the end of part one. In part two, we're going to look at the whole sort of background ideology that's running all of this. And it also sucks. So, yay, come back tomorrow for
more
horrors.
Great news. Love it.
For period protection you can put on and forget about, nothing beats Knix leak-proof underwear. North America's #1 leak-proof underwear brand. Let's face it, life can be unpredictable, but your leak-proof underwear shouldn't be. That's why millions of people choose Knix. For periods, for light leaks, for everyday freshness. Knix undies are super comfy, super absorbent, and made to handle whatever your day throws at you. Day 2 of your period? Covered. Your daily run? No problem. That big sneeze? You know the one. Yep, we've got you. And with styles like bikinis, boy shorts, thongs, and high-rise, plus sizes from extra small to 4XL, Knix makes it easy to find your perfect fit. Say goodbye to stress and leaks and say hello to undies that work just as hard as you do, no matter the leak. Find the style and level of protection you want at Knix.com and use code FLOW15 for 15% off. That's KNIX.com, code FLOW15 for 15% off. Knix, for your leaks, for your life.
This is Radhi Devlukia from A Really Good Cry. I absolutely love getting outside, whether it's a quick walk or a mindful few steps between meetings, or even a longer run to just clear my head. But the one thing that can really ruin that for me is shoes that just don't feel right. That's why I started wearing Ultra Running. With the Ultra Fit, every step feels comfortable, balanced, and strong, like my feet can finally move freely. What really stood out to me was the roomy toe box. My toes actually now have room to spread out, which makes movement feel more natural and comfortable. And when your feet aren't cramped, you feel more balanced, like every step has a strong, stable foundation. I've noticed that with extra space, my foot muscles get to work building strength, so I can actually move with more confidence. Ultra fits and moves with you no matter your pace or your goals. Beginner or marathon runner, they've really become my go-to for any kind of running or training, and I always feel like my feet can do exactly what they're meant to do. Feel the difference by visiting ultrarunning.com and use my code CRY10 for 10% off. That's ultra, A-L-T-R-A, running.com. Experience Ultra and stay out there.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Let's talk about modern home shopping. It's sort of become a fun side hobby, right? Scrolling listings at night, dreaming about kitchens you've never seen, or backyards you haven't even stepped foot in, all from the comfort of pretty much anywhere. Redfin knows a lot of people like you want to own, but are stuck in this browsing mode loop. That's where Redfin flips the script. With listings that update within minutes and tours you can book right from the Redfin app, you can see your dream home the moment it appears. Now, liking a listing is easy, but actually landing it, that's where Redfin comes in. Redfin has over 2,200 agents with local expertise. And Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents. That means they want to help you win, not just window shop. Redfin is built to help you go from just looking to wait, this could actually be home. So become the newest neighbor on the block. Visit redfin.com to start finding and start owning. That's redfin.com.
Podcasting.
Oh, I love it. I love when we talk into microphones and people listen.
Yay.
Good for them.
It's going to outlive microblogging.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Okay. Who could have thought?
Yeah. We've won, guys.
We are the last medium standing.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I do think the majority of people on this call got this job
because of
in
microblogging.
Some small part because of microblogging.
100% because of microblogging.
Yeah, it's true. Look at where our posts have brought us.
That's right.
Here to this moment on the podcast. It could happen here. The podcast where we don't explain what the podcast is.
That's right.
Yep. And yeah, the podcast also contains me, Christopher Wong. It contains Garrison Davis. It contains James Stout.
Mm-hmm. And allegedly Robert Evans.
However, Robert Evans is... I think he's legitimately actually busy right now.
He is like recording something else or something.
Yeah, he's doing a marathon thing. But if you look at the iHeart page, it's only Robert.
We have a lot of podcasts on. Yeah. Anyway,
it's true
on the Cool Zone Media.
Yeah, on the Cool Zone Media. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So speaking of podcasts we've done on the Cool Zone Media, we did one that came out the one before this one.
Mm-hmm.
And
what was it about?
It was about how a bunch of socialists want 500,000 more cops, or specifically several interventions. Yeah. So okay, I asked myself the question when I read this: why? Why do they want this? How did we get here?
Because they're rich and they're scared.
Yes, so this is true. There's also
capture.
sort of deeper roots to what's happening here. And okay, so like it is true that there's been a whole wave of people who were sort of nominally progressive or like socialists in 2016 or 2017 who turned right in the past few years, particularly over racial issues like Li Fang, Glenn Greenwald, like more recently the TYT people. Like Bashar Sankara has been doing crime wave shit like kind of recently, which was actually really funny. He had this tweet about how like, oh, the crime rate's not actually down. There's specific neighborhoods where people are poor, where the crime is up, and then you look at the data and that's exactly the opposite of what's happening. But okay, so but this entire push for sort of more police is part of a broader political project that Adana Rusumi and his sort of allies and Jacobin and et cetera, have been pushing for years now. And this sort of like political project is the class side of what's called the class versus race, or the race versus class debate. So for people who weren't here for this or have like blissfully forgotten this, the race class debate was basically an argument about sort of the role of race in leftist organizing. The argument was basically like, okay, should we understand race as like a structural force in the US that requires its own specific organizing around racial justice and like liberation movements, or should we attempt to put class first and attempt to solve racism by appealing to like the interest of the entire working class and only doing class-based organizing? There are broadly like three types of class first people, and weirdly, we're going to see two of them here. There are a very small number of very committed and very radical Marxists and like a small number of anarchists who think that like, well, race was a product of class anyways, and so if you end the class system and abolish private property, that's the sort of like actual central like mechanism of oppression in society. And if you do that, like, you know, race will sort of fall apart, and so, you know, you care about class. Whatever, sure.
It's all false consciousness anyway.
Yeah, like these people are wrong. I think they're less dangerous than the other kind of two people, but we're also going to see one of these guys later. So there's the people I call the like class with like a K people who are just straight up like racists. Like they are
class with a KKK.
Yeah, right. Like they you know, the groups of socialists I've compared them to are like the socialists who came to the US after 1848 and were like, oh shit, who cares? Like slavery, like we don't care about slavery. The actual thing that like is good for the working class is stealing more land for indigenous people, and this is how we're going to solve the labor question.
Oh yeah.
Or also the sort of like the people who were in the Knights of Labor in like the 1880s who were like, all right, we need to defend labor. The way we're going to defend labor is by ethnically cleansing the entire West Coast of Chinese people. Like these are basically these guys, right? They're just straight up racists who want unions and healthcare. They used to be a real faction in the DSA, formed around this like absolutely dog shit subreddit called Stupid Poll. There used to be a bunch of them in Philadelphia, and these kind of people, like, they were like Red Scare's initial base. And so this was like the 2017, 2018, 2019. By now, like in 2022, these people are almost entirely deranged tradcaths who spend literally their entire time deep throating Peter Thiel's boot. So they're kind of mostly like they're just right wingers now. Like that's what's happened to these people. Good riddance. Fuck them. And then there are people like Adana Rusumi and Bashar Sankara who don't really want to end capitalism and think that socialism is just sort of like welfare states and some unions. And they also, and this is sort of critical, tend to think that racial justice organizing is a distraction from their main goal of achieving socialism. And by achieving socialism, I mean electoralism. And by electoralism, I mean getting these people elected to office.
Yeah.
I hate these people. Their politics sucks. I've been fighting them since I became a leftist. I've been at war with these people. And to get a sense of how we got from, what was legitimately, in a lot of cases, what was at least legitimately an argument about how to deal with racism, to a bunch of socialists going, we need 500,000 more cops. I want to take a look at a piece Adama Rusumi wrote in Catalyst with David Zachariah called The Class Path to Racial Liberation. And I want to take a quote from its opening to give it a sense of people of like how awful this politics is. This is like one of their sort of like opening statements about why they're taking the class side in the debate. We argue that the class-race debate should center on one principal domain, the distribution of material resources. Now, okay, at first glance, this seems kind of reasonable enough, but there's another incredibly important aspect of any attempt to grapple with race and class that Usami is just ignoring entirely, and that's violence, right? Race is not just a measure of economic inequality, it's an index of violence. And, racialization increases your risk of interpersonal violence, it increases your risk of sexual violence, it increases your risk of mass communal violence, a la lynchings or sort of ethnic cleansing campaigns, and maybe most importantly for this whole argument, like, being racialized dramatically increases the risk of suffering state violence. And this is a real problem for the sort of class first people because, Usami's sort of multiracial working class electoral project won't do shit to prevent people from experiencing state violence just because there's welfare programs. We talked about what this looks like in our Brazil episodes, right? You actually have, like, legitimately a sort of united multiracial working class that elects a social democratic government, and they enact anti-poverty reforms and increase the size of the welfare state. And while this is happening, they also increased the incarcerated population by 620% and created a rate of police killing that is 11 times higher than it is in the US, right? And this is the thing these people really don't want anyone to think about, which is that race is actually more complicated than economic inequality, which this entire politics is just dedicated to not seeing, because class first politics, like a lot of what it really is about, amounts to a theoretical framework that gives you a way to argue that race is not an explanatory framework for literally anything, so you don't have to talk about it. And anyone who talks about it is dividing the working class or some shit, and
class traitor.
Yeah, it fucking sucks. And, like one of the big sort of political violence things is mass incarceration. And one of sort of Adorno's like political projects is arguing that mass incarceration isn't about race at all, but is actually about class. Which, so we're gonna see some more bullshit. He wrote an article in Catalyst called "The Economic Origins of Mass Incarceration" alongside UChicago professor John Clegg. And I have an enormous special contempt for John Clegg for two reasons here. One, because, Adorno's like an irredeemable Jacobin, like Soc-Dem hack, right? Clegg is nominally was part of the sort of the Anglophone Marxist, like ultra left, right? Like he was one of the contributors to the sort of to the ultra left theory journal, like ultra left sort of Marxist communization journal Endnotes, which, that influenced me a lot when I was like a tiny baby leftist. And I also have an incredible amount of contempt here because he's a Harper Schmidt fellow at the University of Chicago. And here's the thing. Okay, I don't know what Harvard is like, right? I've never been there. I don't know what their campus is like. I don't know what it's like to be on campus at Harvard. I know what the UChicago campus is like. I know that there's a cop on every fucking corner. I know that there's surveillance cameras literally everywhere. I know that they lock down the entire fucking campus while hundreds of heavily armed cops storm through every building and every courtyard in the area every single time a kid steals something from a gaming store and runs for it until they've hunted them the fuck down. And I know that, I know that the cops almost fucking killed me while I was there during a police chase. I know that John Clegg was on fucking campus when the UChicago Police Department shot a kid who was having a mental health crisis. And to watch this shit every single fucking day and to make this kind of argument is just fucking unforgivable. It is fucking atrocious. I guess I should explain this a little bit for people who don't understand this. So the University of Chicago is like in the middle of the south side of Chicago. It most of the neighborhoods around it are like 80% black, and then there is just this fucking university they've planted in the middle of it. And this college has the world's largest private police force. There's also the regular fucking CPDs around there. There are for blocks and like through other neighborhoods. There are just UChicago police officers there. There are fucking CPD cops everywhere. It is a fucking militarized hellhole. And yeah, and it is a place where like the way that race functions in the US is blindingly fucking obvious. You can immediately understand it by looking. Like, you walk outside your fucking dorm, you look at the cop, and you look at how the cop treats people depending on what their race is, right? It is so unbelievably obvious. However, in this article, Clegg and Usumi are going to argue that mass incarceration is actually a product of class policy resulting from a lack of social democracy and underdevelopment resulting from a transition from an agrarian economy to an industrial economy in the 20th century.
Many people are saying this.
And the subsequent mass migration of black people north, like...
What kind of agrarian economy we have to ask?
Yeah.
Who was doing the labor in said agrarian economy? How much were they paid?
It's like the basic argument that they're gonna make is that like, well, so there were a bunch of people who'd been slaves and then they became not slaves, and then a bunch of them started migrating north. But because there was this mass migration, all these people showed up to these cities where there was no infrastructure, and then so there was a bunch of crime, and then because of the crime, there was mass incarceration, which is okay. We're going to get some more into this. But before we go into the sort of deeply reactionary part of this article, right? You have to understand that when these people say that this is a class-based policy, like class here does not mean the same thing that it means for like, you know, a regular person who thinks about class, or like, you know, a Marxist, which again, both these people nominally are. Here's from the journal Spectre, which did a really good sort of critique of this whole absolutely dog shit article. Quote, Clegg and Usumi's claim that class is essential to understanding mass incarceration amounts to a repackaging of a widely understood fact as revelatory insight. And while they title their article, quote, The Economic Origins of Mass Incarceration, they never delve further into class in a Marxist or even critical sense. Instead, they use educational attainment data as a proxy. They note that a large portion of people who are imprisoned have low levels of educational attainment. And I am glad to know that everyone on this call who does the exact same job as me, we're all from different classes. Congratulations, James, you are now the bourgeoisie. Congratulations, Garrison, you are now proletariat. I'm, I guess, the labor aristocracy.
That's why I'm here to expropriate the surplus value from your labor, Garrison.
Yep, yeah.
Yeah. And if you go to prison, it's my fault.
Yeah, like I just okay. So like,
yeah, what an asshole! What a ridiculous fucking claim!
Yeah, and it's like these okay. So like Usumi's like the Jacobin people do this all the time, right? Like they have this. They made this famous study about the people who vote for Trump. That was like, oh, it's people who voted for Trump did it in like working class areas, and again, working class was by education data, and then also they didn't go because it turns out like this is actually true, right? There are a lot of people who voted for Trump from working class areas. It turns out who those people are the small business owners in working class areas, but they didn't fucking go granular enough so that you know they do this shit all the time, right? And this is the kind of analysis that like
using shit as a proxy for class is like it's a classic fallacious thing.
Yeah, what's his name? Nicholas Kristof. He did this too. Also, like this is we're getting fucking Kristof level analysis out of these supposed Marxists, and like, okay, so. All right, the curious thing here is that Clegg, at least on an intellectual level, knows better than this, right? Like, he wrote for EndNotes. EndNotes has a very sophisticated class analysis. But if you're actually interested in the sweeping arc of the history of the proletariat, you can't make the kinds of arguments that Clegg is making in this thing. And so, you know, because he's trying to make this argument, he's reduced to this, like just absolute, like seventh rate, like, fucking New York Times pundit level analysis.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, and you know, and like, this is really sad because for actual Marxists and not sort of like liberal bourgeois hacks doing like fucking New York Times bullshit, you know, class is about ownership, right? It's about who owns the means of production and who's forced to work for them. And, you know, okay, so you have this, you have the proletariat or like the working class who are the people who own nothing and are thus forced to sell their labor for people who do own stuff, right? But this also presents a problem for this entire argument because if you actually want to do class analysis, you have to understand that race plays a major role in who even gets to become part of the regular proletariat in the first place. Because there's a lot of people through the development of the course of capitalism who fucking never even got to become wage laborers because they were enslaved, they were exterminated, they were turned into debt peons, and oh wait, guess who fucking got that shit? Oh yeah, it wasn't white people. And you know, if you're gonna write if you're gonna be writing arguments like explaining the rise of like a mass system of enslavement, you might want to think about this. But no. Okay, so do you know what else is responsible for a mass system of enslavement?
The advertising and how they affect our brains.
Yeah, that one.
I was going to go with Stalin, but yours was good.
Well, same div, honestly.
Yeah, Stalin, first mass marketer.
So true.
Famously, yeah. Stalin will send you a meal kit if you ask him.
Okay, we're back, and we're back to talk about the other argument of the economic origin of mass incarceration, which is that the argument that mass incarceration happened because people were legitimately scared about crime. Like, seriously, this is their argument. Their argument is that crime went up, people demanded less crime, and then the government did it. Like,
Right. Wait, did they give analysis of the class of people who demanded
well,
less crime?
Okay, they make this fun argument that both black and white people were demanding the end of crime, which is sort of true, but you know, if you look at what, like obviously, and this is the thing, right? Like, you can find people of any race who will take basically any political position. And so if you go looking for like black people who are tough on crime, you can find it, right? There were black politicians who were like tough on crime, right? But that's also not the reason why mass incarceration happened. Like, I'm sorry. And also, like, you know, if you, and you know, there were people who like weren't tough on crime people who were like talking about trying to end like sort of like violence spikes. But if you look at what they were saying, it was stuff like, we want the police to like respect human rights instead of property rights. And, you know, okay, so this is just sort of silly, right? You know, but the point of this is that this is their full on broadside against abolitionism as like a body of work, right? It's sort of modern abolitionism. It's directly criticizing Michelle Alexander's The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness. And it's also like a volley basically against anyone who's trying to explain mass incarceration through race. And so what they argue is that crime increased because there wasn't a strong labor movement to solve the problem that solve the problems that cause crime with economic like redistribution. So the state turned to like a cheaper option, which is prisons. And
is it a cheaper option?
Well, okay, so they're not wrong in like there is some truth here, right? Which is that there is a reason that mass incarceration started spiking when capitalism went into crisis in the 70s and 80s. And it is actually genuinely cheaper for the bourgeoisie to run a prison state than it is to run a welfare state. But and this is the important part, right? Both the welfare state and the prison complex are just different forms of counterinsurgency. Usumi, who is a social democrat, is ideologically incapable of understanding this. His entire ideology is that like is based on the fact that the welfare state is the endpoint of socialism, but this is completely backwards, right? The welfare state and social democracy were first implemented by Bismarck, like specifically as a way to buy workers off to stop them from carrying out a socialist revolution and actually seizing the property of the ruling class and using the production for the benefit of mankind and not profit. That is why the welfare state was invented. Like that was the first time it was put into practice.
If you go back to like Edmund Burke, right, in the French Revolution and reform to preserve, the idea that like we have to give people these little slices here and there, like give them a treat, and then then they will never come and take the cake.
And if you read these people, they're really explicit about this. Like they will just openly say we're buying off the working class. But these absolute clowns have like somehow convinced themselves that this is what socialism actually is.
Yep. It's when treats. Socialism is when treats.
Socialism is when you confuse table scraps for treats.
Yeah.
And you know, and this comes to sort of the other thing that these people can't understand, which is that social democracy was a class compromise, right? There was a deal that the capitalists and the working class agreed to, and when I say they agreed to this, right, like this isn't just sort of like it kind of is an abstract deal, but there were also very literal deals, right? There's this thing called the Treaty of Detroit, which is this massive, basically, set of negotiations and then like agreements that are made between the U.S. government, like a huge portion of organized labor in the auto industry and the auto companies, right? Which basically, like the substance of the Treaty of Detroit was like, if you give us all of this welfare shit and benefits shit, right, we will stop constantly going on strike. These are explicit deals. They're explicitly being negotiated between these massive trade unions and like the capitalists who own companies by the American government. so they get this deal. The deal is you get unions and pension and a vacation and like healthcare as long as you don't like seize control of factories and run them for themselves.
Yeah.
And this held from sort of like the 50s through the 70s. Partially this held because also the US specifically was just really, really rich and its economy was growing really fast. But, you know, but by the 1970s, suddenly the rate of profit is starting to collapse. And suddenly it does actually become possible to both pay for the welfare state and have capital turn into more capital at the same time. And, you know, what happens is full on class war over the course of the 70s and the 80s. And the capitalists win the class war. And the product of this, and this is true not just in the US, but in like a lot of other neoliberal countries too, is that there is a massive military, the state is sort of stripped down to nothing in terms of like providing services. But there's this massive buildup of the military and police and also prisons. And so, you know, this is in some sense, like if you want a class-based explanation of mass incarceration, like this is part of what, like that's a big part of what's going on. It's also true that in the U.S., insofar as there was sort of a revolutionary force, it was black people doing like doing the Panthers, doing doing the Black Liberation Army, and this meant that sort of the sort of counter revolution to this was specifically about deploying the sort of like deploying the state against these people because yeah, like this movement is actively trying to destroy capitalism by destroying the racist police apparatus and
indigenous folks too, I guess, at the same time period, like AIM, for instance.
Yeah, and you know, so the ruling class sort of loses their minds, and this is also part of what's happening here. But the problem is the sort of Jacobin cop freaks like need the police for their like social democratic hell world that they want to build. And so they can't have any, like, it is incredibly structurally dangerous for them, for people to be arguing that, like, the police are inherently a force of, like, systemic racial oppression because they want them around.
Yeah.
And so they do all this bullshit.
So they can keep paying $50 per article.
Yeah. And, you know, Clegg, meanwhile, as best I can tell, just doesn't want to use race as, like, an explanation for shit. Like they literally argue in this thing, like in this article, that white flight was actually just capital flight and wasn't about racism.
Oh, good.
And they're doing this entire thing about the sort of political economy of the city, and they never mention, they're so ruthlessly committed to their program of not talking about racism, they don't even mention redlining. It's like they've managed to go to the right of like the Libertarian Party on race. It's like
yeah. You gotta outflank him to the right.
So I'm gonna read more from the Spectre article that's like yelling at these people. Considering their investments in the category of violent crime, Clegg and Usemy seem curiously serene about the practices that upheld segregation. They would have us believe that such tactics are simply, quote, caste-based remedies of exclusion, and that, quote, such strategies were rational, even if suboptimal in the long run, effectively rationalizing and apologizing for racism. So this is great. And then they cap this off with this giant, like, swelling crescendo of an argument about how the left can't ignore crime. And, okay. So this is an argument with political consequences, right? And you can see those consequences in the 500,000 Cops article we were talking about yesterday. Here's a quote from that article. This figure shows the same prisoner and police data as shown in Figure 1, but this time denominated by the level of homicide rather than the population. America's outlying incarceration rate looks normal given the level of serious crime, and now the level of policing in the United States appears exceptionally low compared to other countries. So, okay, you can see the line of argument here, right? It goes like, mass incarceration isn't about race, it's actually about class, and actually it's really about crime. And then it goes from the crime to, this was about crime, to we need to actually do something about crime. And then that turns into the only thing we can do about crime is have more cops. And the other part of this, right, it goes back to the thing about like, okay, the thing about like and this is something that Garrison was talking about yesterday, right? Like the way in which you can only think the level of policing in the US is exceptionally low is if you've never interacted with a cop. And
yes,
this is a deliberate thing, right? The sort of Jacobin cadre of like faux Marxists, like their entire political project was originally was driving off the anarchists who'd founded Occupy and driving these people into the political wilderness to displace it with their sort of bureaucratic cop socialism, right? Like one of the first like big Jacobin articles was a giant thing about why the Zapatistas aren't a model for the American left. Because, right, like you can see what's happening here. These people have been anti-anarchists like to their core, and again because they need cops, they need to get rid of the people who hate the cops. Like again, the people who are actually on the streets during Occupy, who have seen shit like, for example, the bloody stains on the wall outside of police holding pens where the cops smashed the heads into of like every single person they arrested, a thing that happened constantly during Occupy. Right, and these people who have seen the police shoot their friends' eyes out, like, are incredibly inconvenient if you're trying to put yourself on top of a police state. And, so of course are abolitionists, which means you also need to sideline them. And this sort of strategy is an old entrenched like position of these people. In 2018, Jeremy Gong, who was like the one time basically like the dictator of DSA East Bay, was caught in secret documents saying, quote, "We are not this is by the way in his capital letters, not for abolition of prisons. I would go further. 90% of black people want more police in their neighborhoods."
Really? All right.
Yeah. Jeremy Gong, by the way, Asian dude, not black. Fuck you, eat shit. I hope you're having fun. Like, I don't hope you're having fun. I hope you're having a bad time losing another election by getting 3% of the vote or some shit. Like, fuck you, eat shit. Yeah, and I should mention this also, like, it's a very obvious thing to say, but it should be pointed out that like everyone who's making this argument, like specifically these arguments about cops and about the stuff being about crime, these people are all either white or Asian. And I genuinely think that plays a pretty big role in why they're doing this.
It is just a breathtaking position to take in 2021 to as a white person, like I'm looking at the Anna Kasparian article, which she wrote for Newsweek, a great source of unbiased content on the left about how we need to stop gaslighting. Progressives need to stop gaslighting people on crime. As a white person in 2022, like take the stand with the platform that has been given to you, with all the privileges that you have had, and gaslight black folks about the importance of race is just like breathtakingly lacking in like context or self-awareness, or like, have you not been fucking paying attention? Like, at least for the last 2 years, if not for the last 20 years,
Yeah, and I mean, like, this is the whole thing, right? Like, they have this whole sort of political project that's like makes talking up, like, their goal is to make talking about this shit sound cringe. Because they have to, right? And this is also sort of class-based survival strategy, right? Because like these people couldn't fucking hack it as abolitionist scholars. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about, right? Yeah. If they have to actually intellectually like be in the same sphere as like someone like Ruth Gilmore Wilson, they are going to get fucking blown. Like, these people are like this is like a fucking battle cruiser going to war against a speedboat, right? Like, they can't fucking hack it, and so they have to sort of like do all of this shit to convince people that like, no, it's actually really not about race. It's actually about class, this thing that I can very easily pretend to care about from academia in a way that I can't with, pretending to care about race, because like I can't even fucking fake it, right? And I would say this, like, back in 2018, right? Like, Jeremy Gong and his allies are very careful to frame their view in terms of like, well, we want to end mass incarceration and police violence, but we have to be tactical about how we do it, and the tactical about how we do it is black people want more cops, right? But that was their internal documents. Their external statements were like, well, some police abolitionism stuff looks like more cops anyways. But internally they were always saying this. And now with these people think that there's a political right turn coming, and they think that they can fucking take their mask off and just say what they really mean, which is 500,000 more fucking cops. And, and part of what's going on here, right, is like the reason this is happening is because when the uprising happened, these people were just caught with their pants down, because their entire political project for like fucking, how many years were they doing this? Like 7 years was elect Bernie Sanders. And then he lost back-to-back successively to like Hillary Clinton, who was maybe the least popular candidate the Democrats have ever run ever, and Joe Biden, who is a fucking senile rapist who, like, again, was all like, they lost his election to a man who couldn't remember who he had been vice president under, and they couldn't beat him, right? Like,
Yeah.
So these people were completely discredited. And then, the uprising happened. These people were caught with their pants down because they'd spent their entire fucking time arguing that there's no path to liberation through race-based, any kind of racial politics at all. Intersectionality is bullshit. We just have to focus on class. We just have to focus on class. And their fucking pure class electoral campaign failed in, oh, hey, guess what? It failed in the South. Wow, damn. I wonder why this politics fucking got swept by Joe Biden. Okay. And then, and then the uprising starts. And the uprising is, about anti-racism. It is about people looking at the violence of the police against black people and going, fuck this. And they have nothing, right? The whole intellectual leadership here, all these people are fucking calling for more cops. Bernie Sanders is arguing for more cops, right? Chapo was literally making the same arguments that my fucking mayor made while she was raising the fucking drawbridges to stop protesters from being able to get back into the middle of Chicago, which is that actually, cops, becoming a cop is actually one of the few ways that non-white people can join the middle class. Right. That was, I think Amber made that argument, right? So, they have nothing, right? And okay. And the uprising eventually gets suppressed, which is the best thing that ever happened to these people, because if the uprising had succeeded, these people were done, right? But all of this has enormous consequences, right? Which is the failure of the working class to appear at the ballot box to pull Bernie Sanders over the line against Joe Biden revealed something that was patently obvious to anyone who'd been watching how the working class is moving worldwide for the past 20 years. Which is that the only thing that can actually unify if you care about class politics, the only thing that can unify the working class and pull it together as a coherent political force to do a thing is their hatred of the police. If you look at what the working class politics in the 21st century, the working class finds its historical unity exactly and only on the barricade. It appears undivided literally nowhere else. It is impossible. You can't do it. The only thing that does it is fighting the police.
More broadly in means of state violence, right? If we look at the Popular Front in Spain, you even get cops who are installed by a socialist Republican government joining the working class to fight the military. But yeah, instead we're going to be the working class will be united in this op-ed at Newsweek.com.
Yeah, or in this fucking electoral thing, right? And it's no, and I think that this is partially about these people not understanding the sort of broad arc of the last decade and a half, which is that this was the actual meaning behind the people who want the fall of the regime, right? This was what was going on in the last decade of uprisings and street movements across the world, right? That was the thing that could unify the working class. But of course, and this is the sort of secret of all of this, right? These people don't want to unify the working class. They only want to unify it if it's under their control. The eruption of, actually the working class standing side by side together fighting the cops on barricades in 2020 was the worst thing that could possibly happen to them, because it pointed to another way of doing politics that they in the street that they thought they'd crushed after the defeat of Occupy. And and they were incredibly scared by this. They were pissed off by this. And I mentioned last episode that I was going to talk about the sort of class politics that's at work here, because, these demands for more cops, they don't come from the working class, right? Insofar as there's ever been a referendum on the police as an institution, it was 2020. And, we know what that looked like, right? It was a bunch of fucking working class kids went into the streets and, and fought like lions against the fucking cops. And even the sort of liberal, the liberal middle and professional classes, eventually turned against them, as sort of 2020 rolled on, right? And, those people still hung on for months and months and months, refusing to leave the streets, even after the fucking federal marshal started literally assassinating people openly in the streets, right? The whole demand for more cops, for a harsher crackdown on crime, all of this stuff comes from precisely the opposite direction, right? It's entirely generated by basically the media class, right? Its class base is a combination of these sort of faux progressive media outlets. And originally this starts with the New York Times and the Washington Post, and then moves left, or nominally left, right? And when it hits the fucking 2IT and all of their bullshit, right? And then and then at that point, having run through the media people, right? It starts running through these pseudo radical academics like Christopher Lewis and Adoniram Usami, and then the last group of people who are backing this is a very weird one, but there's a collection of paid union staffers who, for their jobs, because they're in the big unions, work on police and prison guard contracts. this has been a huge problem with the DSA in what was it, 2016? No, 2015. 2016. One of the NPC elections they had for the National Political Committee, which is like the DSA's big major body, like governing body, right? People accidentally elected a police union organizer because he was like, they knew he was a union organizer, but they didn't know that he organized police unions. And then he fucking like nothing was going to happen. And then basically what happened is everyone on the left of the organization bullied him out. And so he resigned. But like, yeah, there's a lot of those people, right? And those people's class incentives are incredibly obvious, right? But
yeah, didn't the AFL-CIO even in 2020 like refuse to reject police unions? Right? Yeah. They were like, no.
People, if I remember, I think someone threw a Molotov like into the headquarters of the AFL-CIO because of it. Like, yeah, like this was a whole fucking thing, and you know, like, this sucks. Cops are not fucking workers. Jesus Christ, like they're just not. If you look at what they actually do, they're basically minor feudal lords in that they extract rent from everyone by fucking walking up to people and robbing them. And then they also extract rent directly from us by stealing just like enormous, increasingly large amounts of city funds under basically the threat of extortion and violence.
Yeah, little daimyos.
Yeah, it's shit. I want to come back to the sort of left media outlets, right? Because what we've been seeing here is that as these sort of left media outlets get larger, right, they increasingly adopt like insane small business tyrant politics because that's who they're becoming, right? TYT notoriously tried to bust its own union staff.
Yeah.
Because it turns out as journalists become bosses and capitalists, they have their own class interests to look out for, right?
Yeah. And they will continue producing this class discourse, which serves as nothing other than like best like a safety sort of steam valve, right? For people who are frustrated by the class situation they work in, if not like an outright sort of disinformation campaign about what class is.
Yeah, and you know, and there's I think there's another thing going on here too, which is that like, okay, if you're like a sort of like media outlet and your thing is that you hate liberals and that you're on the left, right? There's kind of a cap to your audience base, and specifically there's a cap to the kind of audience you can have that actually has money, because you know you can get a broke base of sort of progressive workers and you can get some college students, right? But at some point, like those are not people that have a large amount of money.
Yeah.
And at some point, the right offers a listener base that has a bunch of money. And this gives you a revenue base for sort of would-be like media tycoons hitting the limits of their original base. And this is responsible for things like Max Blumenthal and ex like TYT reporter Jimmy Dore like descending into just full-on COVID denialism and conspiracy. I mean, you know, it's not like these people were like doing good before, but like, you know, full-on right-wing like Max Blumenthal going from being like the most pro-CCP guy the world has ever seen to literally writing articles about how social credit is coming to the U.S. In the form of COVID restrictions, like this kind of shit. And, you know, so like that's part of the class politics going on here. Like there's another thing, which is like, okay, there's the Harvard academics. I don't think we need to say anything complicated about their class loyalties, except that like none of these dipshits will ever be beaten half to death by a cop. Yeah, I mean, we talked about the union bureaucrats, right? They're slightly more complicated, but again, like in class terms, you get people who are either driven purely by sort of the revenue that cop unions bring in, and then you get people who are opposed to political organizations like the DSA taking firm stances against police union organizers because it would affect their own ability to win elections inside the DSA, a thing that has happened so many times.
It's great. It is very funny that they chose class as they chose like education level as their proxy for class, and we are discussing this in the same week that we release an episode about a grad student strike at the largest university in the country because grad students are unhoused because they can't afford to pay their rent and feed themselves.
Yep, it is atrocious shit. Like I just okay, I hate these people. Yeah, so I want to close off by talking about something, which is that there's also a political angle to all of this, right? These people, all of these people doing this fucking tough on crime bullshit, all these people fucking going right, all of these people calculated that a right turn in American politics was coming, right? That's why TYT endorsed a fucking, literally a Republican in California who was also an insane tough on crime guy. This is why, they had... Rick
Caruso.
Caruso, yeah, who was a Republican who
Yeah,
changed his party
yeah.
affiliation so he could run the Democratic thing, who fucking sucks ass. That's why they endorsed that guy. That's why they had Matt, quote, alleged pedophile Gates on their show on fucking election night.
They had Larry Elder on their show as well, election denialist Larry Elder.
Yeah, like this wasn't just a pure product of these people going insane watching videos of like people looting grocery stores and turning into like tough on crime reactionaries. This was a political calculation, and what
they stuffed
but
it up.
Yeah, but they fucked up, right? These people fundamentally don't understand what this country is. They're scared. They've given up. They saw a single homeless person on the street and turned into a fascist. And they think that the American people are just hopelessly reactionary. And the only thing that's left to do is salvage the situation by selling out. And they're fucking wrong.
Smart. They don't credit people with having like compassion or empathy or intelligence either, right? They think they will just go the direction their stupid grift show points.
Yeah, and they're wrong. They're incredibly wrong. This is a country that, in the name of fighting racism and the police, in the name of solidarity with people who are not their fucking selves, people who they will literally never meet, put on a mask, picked up a brick, and waged war against the best-funded police force in human history. And for like a week and a half, those same fucking Americans, who the entire political spectrum had written off as hopelessly beaten down and passive and right-wing, and like people who will take any amount of abuse and never say anything back, wrecked the cop shit so hard they lost control over the centers of multiple major American cities and had to call in the fucking National Guard, who in turn got their shit wrecked so hard that they had to rely on liberal civil society to calm the protests down. And even then, the president would have fucking deployed the army against them if he'd actually been physically able to. And the only reason that these people weren't fighting the fucking army in the streets was that the fucking American generals refused to go along with it, right? Like that is who the US is. That is who this generation is. This generation is forever the generation that burned the third precinct. And the fucking ex-left is running right. Just don't fucking get it. Right? They think the entire clock has been wound back. They think that like the people who did that have already been destroyed. They don't matter. The only thing left, that you can do is join the right and mitigate the damage. And they're fucking wrong. They are wrong. They can't see it. They cannot see that there is no way to turn the clock back to before the uprising happened. They can't see that like this entire country, that the American working class, that parts of the people who are not part of the American working class have been fundamentally changed. And yeah, they just can't see it. And because they can't see it, the only thing that they're ever going to feel is the weight of their is the only thing they can feel is the weight of their ignorance. And the only thing they're going to feel on top of that is them getting fucking buried by the weight of a history that has left them behind. Because fuck these people. Fuck the cops. Fuck the people who support the cops. These people will be fucking drowned by the tide of history they thought didn't fucking exist. Fuck them. Okay, this is what, you could probably tell I wrote this really, really pissed off at 5 in the fucking morning because Jesus Christ.
That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Pick up a brick, put down the Young Turks.
Yeah. Don't fucking support more cops. Everyone will hate you. Your coworkers will hate you. Your friends will hate you. Your family will hate you. The guy at the fucking corner store will hate you.
I don't. If you find your fucking left hero standing the people who murdered George Floyd or stood around and watched George Floyd being murdered, then they are not a leftist anymore. It's okay to tell them to fuck off and die.
Yeah, and I mean, like, and we can go back to the first episode, right? Like, the reason these people are calling for 500,000 more cops is that they've given up entirely, right? They literally do not think it is possible for anything to ever improve in the U.S. And they are wrong.
Yeah, and I think that they're okay with the way that our police behave, and if that makes them feel comfortable and safe, then they don't mind that people die at the hands of the police.
Cops protect rich people. These people have gotten wealthy enough to have the cops now benefit them. It's that simple. Like that's I think that really is the driving motivator here.
Yeah. And I will say this too, like if we ever get to a point where we start fucking doing this, like take us down too. Like this isn't just a sort of like we're trying to build our business or whatever. I don't fucking care. I would rather fucking go broke in the streets. I would rather fucking die than be a person whose job it is to say we need more cops. Fuck these people. Like, God.
Yeah. Fuck them all.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. They've blocked me on Twitter, so I can't say it, but you all can. Get after them. podcast fans.
Oh God, we are not inciting a harassment campaign. Instead, go do better things.
Yeah, don't waste. In all seriousness, don't waste your time doing discourse with people who exist to create bullshit discourse. They're just a distraction. Go and help someone who needs your fucking help. It's cold, it's wet, it's wintertime, and there are unhoused people who are shivering on the street. So don't fuck with the young Turks. Just ignore them. They're pointless. They're useless.
Go out there and fucking build the socialism that these people think is impossible. Because we can do it, and we will. And then we will fucking laugh at them because we've done it, and they are fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
All right, that's the episode.
Hey, we'll be back Monday with more episodes every week from now until the heat death of the universe.
It Could Happen Here is a production of Cool Zone Media. For more podcasts from Cool Zone Media, visit our website, coolzonemedia.com, or check us out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts. You can find sources for It Could Happen Here updated monthly at coolzonemedia.com/sources. Thanks for listening.
This is Radhi Devlukia from A Really Good Cry. I absolutely love getting outside, whether it's a quick walk or a mindful few steps between meetings, or even a longer run to just clear my head. But the one thing that can really ruin that for me is shoes that just don't feel right. That's why I started wearing Ultra Running. With the Ultra Fit, every step feels comfortable, balanced, and strong. Like my feet can finally move freely. What really stood out to me was the roomy toe box. My toes actually now have room to spread out, which makes movement feel more natural and comfortable. And when your feet aren't cramped, you feel more balanced, like every step has a strong, stable foundation. I've noticed that with extra space, my foot muscles get to work building strength, so I can actually move with more confidence. Ultra fits and moves with you no matter your pace or your goals. Beginner or marathon runner, they've really become my go-to for any kind of running or training, and I always feel like my feet can do exactly what they're meant to do. Feel the difference by visiting ultrarunning.com and use my code CRY10 for 10% off. That's ultra, ALTRA, running.com. Experience Ultra and stay out there.
In the heat of battle, your squad relies on you. Don't let them down. Unlock elite gaming tech at Lenovo.com. Dominate every match with next-level speed, seamless streaming, and performance that won't quit. Push your gameplay beyond performance with Intel Core Ultra processors for the next era of gaming. Upgrade to smooth, high-quality streaming with Intel Wi-Fi 6E and maximize game performance with enhanced overclocking. Win the tech search. Power up at Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Life gets messy. Spills, stains, pet accidents, and kid chaos. But with Anabei, cleaning up is easy. Our sofas are fully machine washable, inside and out, so you never have to stress about messes again. Made with liquid and stain-resistant fabrics, that means fewer stains and more peace of mind. Designed for real life, our sofas feature changeable fabric covers, allowing you to refresh your style anytime. Need flexibility? Our modular design lets you rearrange your sofa effortlessly. Perfect for cozy apartments or spacious homes. Plus, they're earth-friendly and built to last. That's why over 200,000 happy customers have made the switch. Upgrade your space today. Sofas start at just $699. Visit washablesofas.com now and bring home a sofa made for life. That's washablesofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Flag football is exploding, and iFlag is leading the way. As the Guinness World Record holder, iFlag hosts premier flag football tournaments nationwide for boys, girls, high school girls, and adults. From first-time players to elite competitors, iFlag delivers top-level competition, unforgettable experiences, and a community built around the game. Ready to be part of it? Join the movement. Find your tournament and learn more at iflag.org. That's iflag.org.
This is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed Human.